Give me a minute here, folks. Folks, who am I kidding? Just people. At this point in the stream is probably just anyone that clicked on this after the stream has ended. Just copying this link to social media platforms. I have 2 viewers. Welcome, viewers. Oh, and they're gone. I wish I had noticed that before I... Go figure. Send it to my pal. Plural. Pals. Bollocks. I have 1 viewer. Hello there, viewer. How you doing this evening? You know, I'll uncover my camera now. I'm sure some people are just confused of what is this background. This background is supposed to be space drawn by Jack Kirby. Oh, it's my pal Revan X. How you doing, man? Oh, okay. I didn't know you were already here before I sent that link. Just trying to cover all my bases. But anyway, I'm just sending this link out. Ah, son of a... Gotta find a friggin' picture so I can have something to post to Instagram. Or I guess I should start talking in general now. Well, I'm already talking. What am I saying? Revan, hell yeah, I was waiting on your YouTube channel for the stream to start. Oh, I didn't know I kept you waiting. I need to figure out how to set up StreamYard so that it's basically doing a countdown. I can't remember if that's from StreamYard or from YouTube that I do that. And I don't know if I need an advanced StreamYard account for that, so I'm just saying. Friggin' in the riggin'. Where's the... Oh. Download image. So the purpose of this stream tonight is I just want to talk about the general audience's relationship with what we now refer to as geek culture fandoms. Like, how does the general audience become a part of the fandom? I also invited my friend, Mr. Ambassadorial Wing, or just Mr. Ambassador, since he's been kind enough to let me in on his streams. I asked him to join in if he's available. So we shall see when he gets here. He said he would. It would just probably be a minute. Yeah, I guess that looks good. The friggin' recents. Oi. Just putting my link. There we go. Alrighty then. stop wasting everyone's time, or not wasting time, keeping y'all in anticipation and all that good stuff. Let's pull up some of my notes I got here. Yes, I'm pathetic enough to have prepared a rough outline ahead of time to starting this stream up. Another swig of water here. Dang, you sounding great for now. You got me saying swig of water. Not a bad thing. All right. So, folks, the general audience versus the fandom. Well, it's not exactly versus so much as how does one transition into a fandom of any kind? It can be the fandom of, let's say, a video game, fandom of a movie, a TV show, a novel series, or comics, even, as I'm sure you're all aware. I'm a comic fan, or even like music fandoms. Fandoms can apply to almost anything, like anything that has a large group of fans that take a very special interest and know all sorts of details a general person may not know. I think that constitutes as a fandom. So that applies to music as well, such as Motorhead. Oh, rest in peace, Lemmy. So when it comes to the general audience starting out, anytime that something new is created as a piece of media, for the sake of this argument, I'm just going to say a movie. Let's say a new movie's coming out. It's not based on anything that's existed prior. And let me turn this light off. There we are. I was looking a little bright on screen. I saw from the corner. Anytime. Can you believe I'm not drinking? So let's say a new movie's coming out, not based on anything existing, and the director's completely written it originally and directed it themselves. If they're the director, of course, they're directing it themselves. God, I'm stupid. But it's not based on anything prior existing. Anyone who saw the trailer, they might look at it and think, that looks good. I'll go see it. Everyone with no preconceived notions of that movie is the general audience. Now, this general audience, they go and see this movie and they think to themselves, oh, that was pretty good. Maybe they see it more than once. And they decide, you know what, I'm going to buy this when it comes out on Blu-ray or 4K or DVD, what have you. And maybe they buy a little bit of merchandise, maybe a t-shirt or maybe a mug or cup for drinking water and so forth, my Stormtrooper cup. Because I'm so cool. So that might be a more casual fan, someone who watches the movie and maybe buys a little bit of the merchandise. Now we have, and after that, maybe it's someone who just can't get enough of the thing that they're a fan of. Maybe it's just not buying the DVDs that satisfies them enough. Maybe they want more than just the movie or even some merchandise. Maybe they decide, okay, I'm not just going to buy some tchotchkes or toys, whatever you want to call them, in the movies. I actually want to explore this new world. I want to see whatever spin-offs, like say in theory that this new movie has a spin-off. Maybe the fan takes in the spin-off. Maybe they read some book spin-offs, like an in-between sequel. A book sequel until a movie sequel comes out. Maybe there's a tie-in comic or even a video game spin-off. And that's happened for loads of movies. There's been spin-offs for obviously Alien and Predator, and they had their own crossover comic in the 90s from Dark Horse. Maybe it has its own video game spin-off, so many movies have had video game spin-offs, and so like, say, what's an example I can think of offhand? Spider-Man 2 from 2004 comes to mind. Revenex commented, or Stormtrooper Whiskey Carafe. Did I pronounce that right? That's not a word I use regularly in my vocabulary, so you have to excuse my butchering of the pronunciation. So basically, anyone who might take in more than just the movie on a casual fan basis, they can be part of the fandom. Maybe they have familiarized themselves with the lore of this fictional movie. And I think that is how someone transitions from the general audience to the fandom. And this can apply to any movie. I mean, I know I said maybe it's an original movie that has to stand on its own, but I think that's the best example because if it's something that's based on something or let's say the director hasn't really proved himself yet, the movie has to stand on its own merit because maybe the general audience doesn't know the director. Like a long time ago, not many people knew who George Lucas was. Go figure. I tie this back into Star Wars, but after Star Wars and even in the movie before that, American Graffiti, some people might have known his name, but that's how. Damn it! I'm trying not to look at my notes. I got notes on my friggin' tablet here. Man. Oh, no, I remember what I was going to say. So this whole thing of the general audience, they might have someone that comes a casual fan or a big fan that's part of the fandom. That's just an example for the point of this video. I'm not trying to give people a gauge to have a measuring standard to compare people to and be like, well, are you a fan if you do this, that, and the other? I'm not trying to give that standard to people. I'm just using an example. I just realized someone else I'm going to send this stream to. I doubt he will even open it. Ooh, God. Send it to some of my pals. Okay, I should actually be talking as opposed to just texting. Oh, now I said that fictional movie for the sake of the point of the video. That was a movie not based on anything. It could be something like, I don't know, Avatar, the blue people in space that, or blue Pocahontas in space, as so many of the quote unquote critics like to describe it as. But let's go with a different example. Let's say Batman, an existing character that's been around since 1939. Any movie version of him is going to be measured by the existing fan base. A general audience member may not necessarily know much about the Batman's lore, although that's kind of hard to say considering that he's a American icon, a pop culture icon. I feel like I'm quoting Professor Geek when I say that comic characters is American folklore, like how the British had knights and Robin Hood, King Arthur, and the Greeks had Odysseus and Heracles and so forth. I tend to agree with his sentiment there. But anyway, so Batman, American icon, much like Superman, decades of lore from countless writers. Movie versions are made all the time. There was one the last couple years, The Batman. Someone who might be a general audience member doesn't know anything about the comics. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't see any of the cartoons growing up or play any of the games. There might be someone in that general audience that's experiencing Batman for the first time. If they like the movie or not, they might think to themselves, that was good. Maybe I'll actually delve more into this. I enjoyed it. Every franchise, whether it be new or old, someone coming into it, that's going to be their first exposure. So there's always going to be some degree of bias for a fan, casual or hardcore, what have you. And it's hard to let go of that bias because when you come into a fan base, you're always going to see it as, oh, this is the high standard, the most awesome moment in the franchise, whether it be original or adaptation. Look at my note here. So they're going to take that piece of media as gospel. I mean, this happens, like I said, I mentioned Batman for this example. This happens for decades. Let's say in the 1940s, the original Batman actors, they had two different film serials in 1943, 1945, if memory serves. And two different actors for Batman and Robin in both. Not really based too much on the comics, but that's beside the point. Then in the 60s, we had Adam West and Burt Ward as Batman and Robin. And then, mm, yeah, 1989, Michael Keaton as Batman. 90s, Val Kilmer, George Clooney, after Michael Keaton left the role, I should say. And also the animated series in the 90s. Mid 2000s, we had Christopher Nolan, his Batman trilogy, and then 2016 we had Zack Snyder's attempt at Batman. I'm trying not to go into that. And then recently we had The Batman with Robert Pattinson, directed by Matt Reeves. Across this entire time span, someone was watching that is for the first time being exposed to this character in this franchise. They may not know the character, so they're going to take that interpretation as gospel to them. But I think one thing that is the measure of a fan is, like, personally, this is personal, my saying so. I think a fan that really enjoys a character, they'll want to learn more about them and their history, and they might have to put aside their bias. Like, for example, like I said, oh god, like I keep coming back to Batman. I've had an argument on, or not an argument, a debate. That's probably the better word to use, with someone on Facebook who is fond of the Snyder movies, and I was debating with him about how it was Zack Snyder's interpretation is not one that does justice to the character from the comics. And he disagreed with me, and we were basically debating for days, if not for a week or so, because we're both so grown up and mature. Some two guys in their mid to late 20s into their 30s talking about a comic book character. I have to laugh at myself, because if I don't, everyone else will, so on and so forth. But anyway, I'm kind of sharing some points with you that I shared with him, that if someone really enjoys the character, they should not out of necessity, but if they really are curious, they might feel motivated to familiarize themselves with the character's lore, find out the history, this, that, and the other. Not everybody, but some people. And maybe they find out aspects of the character. Like, oh, this character is not supposed to do this, but he did this in that movie. God dang it. I'm trying not to just reference Batman, but I keep coming to Batman. So I have no choice. Pardon me for that. Dang. Someone responded with a text. All right, I'm going to send it to him. Friggin' A. If someone was able to know what I said based on lip reading, kudos to you. Oy. I feel like I know I have one viewer, but I feel like I'm talking myself. Come on, Mr. Ambassador, I need you. I need someone to bounce off of so I'll sound somewhat coherent for once. Doggone it. All right, F it. I'll just keep ranting about Batman. So this guy, he was obviously a fan of Zack Snyder and his take on Batman, and I just basically told him I don't agree on that. I just think it's a bad take, and I don't know if he took offense to it, but he just did not appreciate my opinion. I'm sure the case could be made. Someone might be thinking, well, he didn't ask for your opinion. Well, he's replying to someone else's comment, so I'm replying to his reply. Basically, one point in the argument I made to him is he has a very strong a strong opinion that about Zack Snyder's creativity and so forth, and people can like what they want, which is true. You are free to like what you want and whatnot, but if you're doing something original or adapting something, you need to, like, if you're the person working on the movie, you need to be conscious of what you're working on. And example, Batman, because this guy I was debating with, he brought up Tim Burton as an example, because the whole thing we were on was about Batman's no kill rule. I am of the mind that Batman should not kill in his movie depictions. And then he had a point of, like, his point was Batman has killed in movie depictions before, and I'm of the mind of that might have happened in certain movies. I can't deny that, like in Tim Burton's, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he should in further outings. And one point I made to him was, like, Tim Burton's his two Batman movies. Those were my Batman movies growing up. I have a nostalgia for them. I have my own personal bias. That was kind of my measuring. How I measured Batman for a long while. But since I love the character, I've learned more about the comics and the history that affected the comics and the character. I realized Tim Burton does not present a accurate depiction of Batman. He gets a lot right. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a completely accurate portrayal of the character. Mainly because of the no kill rule. Batman kills in that movie. I can't deny that. I'm not going to beat around the bush about it. And my whole thing when I was talking to this dude about it, my whole thing is when someone is adapting someone else's work and they're making changes, they need to ask themselves, what are you changing? How are you changing it? And why are you changing it? For Tim Burton's attempt at Batman, why is he changing Batman to kill criminals, including the Joker? Well, I believe with the Joker, this is my assumption. I've not watched the Batman movie with a commentary, nor did I watch any documentaries ahead of time. Or I don't know if Tim Burton's ever explained why he had Batman kill, but I think there's two reasons. I know for a fact. One, Tim Burton's never really was a fan of the comics. He did a little reading in preparation for the movie, but he said as a kid growing up, he did not enjoy reading comics because I believe he said that he was either dyslexic or possibly ADD or on the autistic spectrum. I'm inclined to believe that final part. And he was confused on which word balloons to read in what order. So he just got annoyed with it and just moved on to other stuff. So he's not a comic fan. He's not into the lore. So that's kind of understandable why he would not understand the importance of Batman having a no-kill rule. And I think the other reason he had Batman kill in that movie was for dramatic purposes. Because it's more dramatic at the end for Batman to kill the Joker in that movie, because as Tim had earlier in the movie, he had this big revelation of, oh, it turns out Joker was the guy that killed Batman's parents when he was young. Another thing that was never from the comics. So that was to make the hero-villain relationship more dramatic. And it worked with the audience. It resonated with the audience at the time, but it's not an accurate depiction of the comics, of the characters in the comics. So there's that compromise there. And there were apparently fans that said, "Oh, that's a problem. I have this movie." And myself as a fan, if I watch that movie now, it does bother me. But I'm just used to that movie since I grew up with it. But as a fan, I'm still bothered by it. And I will say, one positive that came about that was 2 movies later in Batman Forever, they decided to give Bruce a arc with that. Like, he even says to Dick in the Batcave that once if Dick does kill Two-Face, that he'll just I'll read your comment in a second. That speaking from his own experience, he'll have taken a life and then one day just wake up and realize that revenge has become something that's consumed your whole life. So after Tim Burton departed and Joel Schumacher came over, he decided to take that flaw that Tim Burton presented in the movie of Batman killing, and he ran with that. So Tim Burton did have a point to having Batman kill. It wasn't a very deep point. It was just for dramatic purposes to heighten the hero villain relationship. What was Zack Snyder's point about having Batman kill? Just to shock the audiences, just to kind of give an FU, this is the real world sort of thing. I tried doing a stream earlier this week and even last night with responding to a stupid statement Zack Snyder said this last week, but early in the week I was just all over the place, and then last night I was having technical issues and I realized, I have no audio, so I just scrapped both streams. I said, F it. All right, what did you say, Revenex? Snyder fans can be extreme, not gonna lie, like a cult. Yes. I'm not sure if this guy I was debating would be fitting to call a Snyder bro. He could, for all I know, he could be just a dude that wasn't bothered by the movies. But I'm not necessarily going to call him a Snyder bro, because our discussion, like, granted, it was in the comments of a post. I would say they were civil or tried to be civil. I kind of might have been a little ranty at times because I had paragraphs of garbage. I have a second viewer. Well, whoever the second viewer is, thank you for joining. Let me check it back in my notes. So my point of, the whole Burton, Snyder, Batman thing. So a general audience in the late 80s would have seen Batman. Maybe they don't know the lore. Maybe they watch that movie and think, this is cool. I like this. There's comic books. You know what? Let me read some of these comic books, because the animated show wasn't out yet. And also video games were not obviously what we have right now. So, and also they were still kind of expensive for their time. No, not much different than they are today, but kids had access to those movies and they had only so much money their parents could give them. So maybe they do some extra chores around the house, get some extra money, or maybe go and cut some grass, and they find out so they can go to a comic book store and get their fill of Batman. And maybe through wanting, get more Batman because the movie's not enough for them, maybe they decide, buy comics and they read as much as they can get their hands on. And then they learn more about the lore through reading the comics. And they realize, wait, Batman has a no-kill rule? Well, he killed in the movie. I don't understand this. And so they continue to read the lore, but they kind of gradually accept, okay, so the movie's different from the comics, and for other reasons, because they realize, Joker didn't kill Batman's parents, and Joker's still alive in this comic, unlike in the movie. So they realize the movie is a separate thing. It's not necessarily something that they should form the basis of Batman's character. So they transitioned from being general audience to being part of the fandom, whether it be in a casual or in a, what is the word I'm looking for? I guess hardcore would be the sense. I have a comment from Professor Geek. Thank you for the comment, Professor. Thank you very much. Shout out to Professor Geek for those of you who've never watched this channel. Wonder, I forgot that he might be having a stream tonight, so he might have just been saying hi. But I appreciate the comment nonetheless. And I apologize for pestering you with the link. No, he's got better things to do. It's the weekend. Professor, I have to put my daughter down to sleep. I've got you in the background. Oh, thank you, Professor. I appreciate that. All right, so my point was, I'm just going to refer to my notes just so I have some much more coherency, or at least my outline, so to speak. Everybody starts somewhere in the fandom, but the more they enjoy the thing they love, the more they want to watch, read, or find out about the character and the franchise and the lore that comes with it. That's typically how someone goes from being general audience to being a fan in some capacity. Now for the boogeyman of discussion to a lot of people. Well, a lot being the two people max. Well, who am I kidding? None of you guys are going to be scared off from this term. Gatekeepers. Gatekeepers have been given a bad reputation within the past couple decades by elitist zealots. And that's not just because of geek culture, that's also because of other culture. Like obviously I'm wearing a Motorhead shirt. There's gatekeepers in the metal community, and some of them can be quite annoying. But I get why there is gatekeeping. So I'm not entirely against it. The original purpose of gatekeeping was to keep out undesirables from fandoms, and I don't just mean quote unquote posers, people doing something that's fashionable, just like all around degenerates. Like the standard, they just want to keep the gatekeepers are people in the fandom that just want there to be a standard that's kept to. For example, I'm a Star Wars fan. My standard is the original 6 movies. They're great movies. And I was someone who at first was sucked up into the nostalgia bait of Farce Awakens, but then after living with it for a few months of it being out, I realized, okay, yeah, this is just a soft reboot of A New Hope. Then I decided, okay, I'm not going to see The Last Jedi in theaters because I want to. This was in the past, I thought maybe I'll see it when it comes out on Blu-ray. I don't want to have an audience screaming, to shape any opinion I might have that may differ. I just want to experience it on my own. Miscommunication with some friends. I went and saw it with them. One viewing, I left angry. I remember screaming at the top of my lungs in the parking lot, "Yeah, don't do that to Luke Skywalker," screaming to the audience, "The movie sucked." And I did a live stream after that, just venting my frustration saying Star Wars is dead. Professor Geek says, "Rip Lemmy." Yep, rest in peace, Lemmy. The bass player I stole my personal bass playing style off of, and also my vocal style. Half of my vocal style. The other half I stole from Kronos from Venom. Off topic. So my point is with that incoherency is I measure the quality of Star Wars based on those 6 movies. And that's my bias. I have learned to try to open up to certain things, like not from Disney, because, well, I don't trust Disney. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So I figure certain things that are before Disney owned Star Wars, that's all I'm going to explore. And I'm not saying that the EU is perfect, because it wasn't. I mean, I did one video where I reviewed a couple Star Wars books, and they were not the best. It was what has been described by fans. It's not actually a trilogy. It's called the Callista trilogy. It's Children of the Jedi, Darksaber, and Planet of Twilight. I can't remember. The first and last book are written by Barbara Hambly, and they are a slog to get through. In my personal experience, I've heard some other people say the same thing. I'm not sure if you guys heard that. I just got a notification on the computer that was very loud. And I say it was a slog just because it was very much, I feel she was being overindulgent with the exotic names for the species and the characters, and it just felt like the plot was going nowhere. So, like I said, that's based on how I measure Star Wars, which is based off of George's 6 movies. Some people can say the prequels are bad movies, and I think they are fine. They are not perfect. They do have some issues, like clunky dialogue, but let's be honest, the original trilogy had some clunky dialogue as well. And I love the original trilogy. But that is the standard I measure Star Wars by. How in harmony is it with how George envisioned it? Some things are better in line with George's vision than other things. For example, another example of the Expandiverse that I think is great, but kind of gets a little far from what George intended. Sorry, I'm looking for a notification. Revan X says, "Preach, brother." Yep. The other thing I feel kind of gets away in certain aspects from what George envisioned, but still great, Star Wars Clone Wars. But And Revan, before you say preach that, I'm talking about the 2003 miniseries animated by Gendy Tartakovsky. It's a great show, but it does take some liberties with force abilities. I mean, because you watch the ones that focus around Mace Windu, and he is so overpowered, it's ridiculous. You think, how is he not doing this in the movie? If he's able to do this in the show, he should be able to wipe the floor with Palpatine, that sort of thing. But despite that, despite being a little bit distant from the Jedi's abilities in the 6 movies, I can still enjoy it. It doesn't bother me. And like to get back to the book point with Barbara Hambly, I'm not necessarily bothered by her 2 books. I'm just bored. That's all. And that's just to say the point that not all the EU books are fantastic. Some are good, some are just okay. And some are hilarious. One book that I found hilarious was The Courtship of Princess Leia. You wouldn't expect someone like myself to read a romance Star Wars novel, but I was just curious from some of the reviews I saw, which some were saying it was bad, some people saying it was good, some okay. I thought, this I gotta read just because I am curious. And Han trying to make a romantic dinner for Leia on the Millennium Falcon, that's a funny scene of itself, just trying to read it. I thought, at least. And I can't remember the character's name, but one of the Dathomir witches that captures Luke, spoilers, there's a moment where she has him captured, and I think in her tent, I haven't read that book in a couple years, and just not knowing about modesty, she strips naked in front of him from her hunting attire into, I think, her ceremonial attire, and he's just kind of looking away, embarrassed. And she's like, "What's up with you?" He's like, "You're naked." Like that, I found funny. Luke, they all kind of act out of character, I think, but Luke was closer to beyond model. Well, other than 3PO R2, if they're in that book, I can't remember. Yeah, the one book in between those two, I mentioned I said Callista trilogy, but I only mentioned 2 books: Children of the Jedi and Planet Twilight, whichever it is. The book in between, Darksaber. I think that's actually a pretty decent book. It's written by Kevin J. Anderson, who did the Jedi Academy trilogy, which I think is an underrated trilogy in Star Wars, but I get why people have criticism. Like when he did Dark Jedi, that was a speed read for me because it was just so fun the entire time. I mean, yeah, he's going from side plot to side plot, but it was a fun, easy read. I was able to get through that, I think, in a week. And the Children of the Jedi and Planet Twilight, I think a couple weeks. And that's because I was reading it regularly at work. I had a lot of downtime at the job I was at for that moment. I have a comment from Revan. He says, "I agree, OP force abilities," referring to Mace Windu in the Clone Wars, Star Wars Clone Wars 2003 mini. "Force pushing 1,000 droids at once. LOL. Why didn't he do that on Geonosis?" Yeah, exactly. Not to mention just the heights the Jedi would fall, like from, like, say, the top of a building to the ground, and they just land on their 2 feet like a cat that's dropped 10 feet. Just wow. And also General Grievous, just how he acts and also is able to be a force to be reckoned with against Jedi. Very different from the Clone Wars show of 2008. And that's why I was never... It's because of that bias. Like I said, to get back to a bias that I might have, that audience members might have. They, like myself, I thought I got a Clone Wars series. I don't really need this 2008 Clone Wars series. And I thought, as I was under the impression at the time that it was connected somehow, I thought, oh, it's a spinoff. And I really wasn't interested at the time because from some episodes I saw, I thought, well, it's for keep in mind, I was in high school at the time. I thought, oh, it's going for a younger audience, so maybe it's just not for me. But I did enjoy the couple episodes I saw at the time, which was, what was it? One of them was the was the arc where you're following, like it was early season 1 or 2 where Rex and Cody are trying to find a traitor in their ranks. I can't remember what episode it is. You could probably tell me, Revan. And speaking of Revan, he says, to me, the Clone Wars from 2008 is better than Clone Wars from 2003. Well, that's fine. To each their own, man. I personally disagree, but like I said, I have a bias. And also that final arc in the 2003 show does tie into episode 3, I think, a little bit more organically than in the 2008 one. Because the 2008 one, well, that tie into the episode 3 came out under Disney, so kicking the dead horse, but I have to say it one more time. Well, it'd be nice if, like I said, if Ambassador joined in. I feel like I'm just ranting. Well, who am I kidding? I have been ranting. Revan says, yeah, but that's because it got canceled. Yeah, I know a lot of those episodes were already in development when it was when George still owned Lucasfilm. But I just wonder how much of it changed in between, like in that time frame, and when Disney got their dirty hands on it, how much did they have to change? Because from what I understand, like obviously they had that Bad Batch arc in the works, and supposedly, if I remember correctly, I can't remember who the source was. It was a YouTube channel. They were showing some early footage from that 4-part Ahsoka arc with the Martez sisters or whatever they are, and supposedly those 2 sisters was actually one character, and he was I think an Asian pilot or something. I can't remember. So point I'm trying to say is they made changes, and like I said before, it's a question of what is the purpose of this change and why are you changing it, or what are you changing, how are you changing, and why? And kind of get myself back into what I was saying earlier about adaptation. Well, okay, I'm trying to think of how to put Star Wars and Batman together in an organic way with my point. What I'm trying to make is like Star Wars was created by George Lucas. I measure everything that spins off from it by the standard from his movies. Does it follow the lore that's within the movies, and how much do they expand on the lore? Because when George had still owned Star Wars, whether it be the writers or the video games or the TV shows, they had him as a consultant. They had to approach him to have final say, and not just because he was saying, "Oh no, you can't do this story, you can't do that story." He just wanted to make sure that they didn't come up with powers for the Jedi or the Sith that were not part of the lore. Like he would say, "No, no, 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 dial that down, because that's too powerful, so on and so forth." Like he basically wanted the Force to be something that augmented a person's natural abilities. Like some fools think that the Force is a superpower. Planket zombies. I have to bash the prequel haters every opportunity I get. At least the blind ones. If people just have a problem saying like, "Oh, I just don't like those," fine, I can live with that. If they are able to articulate something, and it's not just what is it? Perpetuating nonsense that's been on the internet since the late 90s, early 2000s by so-called YouTube critics, it's just noise to me. Someone complains about Jar Jar being stupid. Oh, I just want to hit him upside the head with my shoe. He's for kids. I was 7 years old when I saw Phantom Menace in theaters. I was not bothered by Jar Jar. If you're an 18, 19-year-old thinking you're going to recapture your childhood watching the Phantom Menace, yeah, you're going to be disappointed. What's Revan say? But season 7 under Disney was surprisingly good. To each their own, buddy. I think Bad Batch was, that Bad Batch arc, because I only saw season 7 once, to be honest, and I thought, well, Bad Batch was the most fun of that arc. What is it? The final arc with Ahsoka and Rex and Maul, Siege of Mandalore. From what I understand from people that actually read the material that came about before season 7, where they explain like what's basically the filler between Rebels and the Clone Wars, like what was written by I can't remember what the writer's name, but the people that did the Clone Wars show, they contradicted what that writer established in their book. And I think, wow, Disney's like was so eager it seems to throw away the EU and call it Legends because like oh too much of continuity issues yet they don't abide by their own continuity. That's another part about gatekeeping that I'm in favor of, making sure that the people who own the property are staying, being held to a standard. And the standard they were saying at the time was, oh, easier continuity. Contradiction. They're not withholding their own standard. The fans are trying to hold that standard. And not to mention, like I said, Disney bought Star Wars, but they did not create Star Wars. So they don't know the responsibility of what it means to have these characters, what it means to people. And oh wait, you had another comment. I forgot. Prequel haters can have some of the most annoying fans on par with Disney fans. Yeah. Yep. I agree with you there. What's funny is at one point in time, there were certain YouTube channels before I realized the prequel haters are full of crap. There were some channels like Cinemasker, he's mainly known for being the angry video game nerd. He had a video on Star Wars way back in like 2008 or 9 or something like that. And he talks about the original trilogy and its impact, and then like the prequel trilogy. He talked bad about episode 1, saying, well, this movie sucks the big one. I thought, wow, because when I first heard him say that, I was like in high school. That was the first time I actually personally came across the prequel hater. That was the first argument I heard of a prequel hater. I never heard any hatred for the prequels. I assumed that, oh, fans like it because, I was in middle school when the prequels were finished. And I didn't really interact with many other people that were Star Wars fans at the time because I didn't know about conventions and I didn't know of any that were close by at the time. So, like, that was my first introduction. But my point I'm trying to get at with him, with the Angry Video Gamer, I'm just going to call him James because that's his name. James Rolfe. Everyone knows it. Is that he said negative things about episode 1 and 2. He was nicer on episode 2 than episode 1. And he did say episode 3 was the best of the prequel trilogy, which is something even other prequel haters will not do. So James had some integrity, I would say, but he lost a lot of my respect when The Last Jedi came out and he gave it a positive review. I thought, okay, James, you lost respect, dude. Because I admired him as a YouTuber at the time, and because he was someone who actually he went to film school and he became a YouTuber, built his own series, and he actually had this goal of making his own movie because that was his dream, and he accomplished it. Whether or not someone likes or dislikes the Angry Video Game Nerd movie and whether it's good, that's not what my point. My point is the dude, set out with a goal and a dream, and he did it. And I think, wow, he kind of represents, like nerd dreams and living up to them. I had a lot of respect for him for that, but he lost a lot of his credibility and respect when he said that he likes The Last Jedi and thought it was good. I mean, and he was kind of losing steam for me personally with his show, just kind of getting a little derivative of itself. And also it's because of change of hands of other creators, not creators, but people that produced the show, because he was no longer associated with Screw Attack. He was associated with, I can't even remember who he's associated with now, but the guys that help him write and edit the show. That's why you can tell a difference from his classic era to his current era. What's Revenex saying? Yeah, the final arc contradicted the Ahsoka novel, but only the first chapter. I don't know. Doesn't completely ruin it for me. To each their own. Like I said, I did not read the Ahsoka novel. This is what I understand from what other people have said. So if anyone else is watching and they just disagree with me, like, well, then what are you saying? You didn't read the book and yet you're saying the show contradicted. I don't have an opinion on the book. So you can take my opinion on the book as not being valid. If that helps you sleep at night, fine. And what's Revan say? And the Clone Wars doesn't break George's continuity, so that's all that matters. Well, I agree because George had involvement with the Clone Wars initially, and even though parts of season 7 were done under his direction or like under his watch in the development stage, the final products of those came out under Disney nonetheless, and there'd be some changes. So there are probably some things that would not have been, like in continuity with George's lore. Finish your comment. Episodes 1 through 6 were created by George Lucas, and parts of episode 7 Bad Batch arc were his idea. Oh, so you mean season 7 of the Clone Wars? Sorry if that was a little loud. Well, I can see the Bad Batch being George's idea. Like, I can't remember who first described it or where I first heard it from, but supposedly George said that it was basically the A team in the Star Wars galaxy with clones. I think that doesn't sound too far off from how George would describe it. And like I said, the Bad Batch in that season, it was entertaining, but also because it wasn't just them solo; they were interacting with other characters that are pre-existing, like Rex and Echo and so forth. So, and it's different from the Bad Batch show because obviously, it's Bad Batch shows after Order 66 and partially during and also what's her friggin' name? Omega. I'll leave it at that. Revan says, I've read the Ahsoka novel. They contradicted the first chapter that explains how Ahsoka got saved by Rex, etc. Yeah, that's from what I heard. And also just from, because I did watch Rebels fully through. I remember Rex saying that they took their inhibitor chips out before they attacked their their Jedi commanders, generals, whatever you want to call them. And that's not how it happened in season 7 of Clone Wars. And some people, you could probably defend with, well, he didn't kill her. Well, he still fired upon her. That's still attacking her. Even if he wasn't successful, it still counts. Revan, what in season 7 contradicts George's lore then? I'm just saying, I'm not trying to exactly pick on season 7, like it was saying, it contradicts George's lore. I'm just saying there might have been things that were changed from the development under George into what we got with Disney. I'm not saying the lore in particular, other than what's contradicted from the Disney books. I'm just saying things like I lost my train of thought. It was on the edge of my tongue and just. This is why I had the outline, so I could be a little bit more coherent. I'm getting way off base talking Star Wars as opposed to general audience. Mr. Ambassador would have been nice. Oh my God, it's already like 5 till 9. I've been streaming for almost an hour. I was hoping he'd get on here like within 20 minutes or half hour of starting. What else did you say? Rebels is also a TV show I love, and Tales of the Jedi. I've not seen Tales of the Jedi. I will say I thought Rebels was overhated. I understand why some people criticize it for saying it's not as good as Clone Wars. Animation style aside, I'm not going to get in the animation style because it's a different beast. Disney decided to cheapen out. There, you got it. But I get how storytelling went from couple episode arcs down to like single episodes, story arcs, which I think is not bad. I think we've been oversaturated in media with season-long story arcs. I think that's become too predictable, like an extended story arc that's a very decompressed story. I think, why can't you have an overarching story amongst episodic episodes? Episodic episodes. Amongst individual episodes. Like, I think a great example of this in storytelling is like from comics, for example, the Dark Phoenix saga or the Phoenix saga from X-Men. It starts in one comic and then it's a standalone story, and then a couple issues happen where it might be a different thing, not having might be a different antagonist that doesn't have anything to do with the last issue, but few issues later, oh, Phoenix's power seems to be growing. She seems to be getting a little bit evil. Keep an eye on her. Few few different storylines in between, and then it culminates in the big event of that overarching story. Like that's what I mean. So Rebels, I thought, had some more episodic stuff to contrast the multiple part story arcs. Just because that does get. I mean, people that like binging, they think, oh, what's wrong with that? It just gets tiresome for a while if it happens too often. What else? Because I saw you sent a lot of chats. You said Rebels is also a TV show I love and Tales of the Jedi. I already read that comment. Parts of Mando. Season 1, like I'll put it this way, I had quit from new Star Wars media, and then it was either I don't think it was. I think you had recommended the show, and my friend Ethan badgered me into watching it. Or actually, I don't even think I met him at the time, but I just heard some people saying this, that, and the other. And at the time, I got Disney Plus because I heard they had in the '90s animated X-Men and animated Spider-Man. I thought, you know what? I'll get Disney Plus for those, and maybe I'll check out that Mando show. And I did watch Mando, and I thought, okay, that season 1 was good, overrated, but good. I actually defended that second episode. Some people said it's a filler episode. Character development, people. But and then season 2 was yeah, major step down, and then I was losing interest again. That final episode, as Professor Geek in his streams has said, that was Disney throwing you a bone. Because when he says that the Mandalorian was Disney throwing you scraps, he's on point about that. Because when oh my king, I'm not monetized. When the coronavirus happened, everybody was trapped at home. They were watching. We had the perfect opportunity to basically stick it to Disney, not buying their merchandise, not going to their parks, not watching their movies. And then The Mandalorian saved them. People came back, and then they were begging for more after that. But you said most of Mando was garbage. Okay, you're in touch with reality about that. I did not waste my time with season 3. Wait, you say changed? You had said edit for something you had said. I'm just gonna read all your comments before I retort since I'm way behind. I agree, but as long as it doesn't go against his lore, it doesn't bother me. To each their own, man. I mean, that's basically my stance, but it's also a question of how much of good storytelling is compromised from the current people in charge, and not just the lore that's violated, just good storytelling. All right, it's not as good as the Clone Wars, but still good. I assume you refer to the Mandalorian. I would agree with you in terms of it not being as good as the Clone Wars. The first season is the best of those 2 seasons I saw. Season 2 is not that good, but it's overrated. I heard so many people say season 3 was garbage. Well, when I say heard, and I say so many people, I mean my 2 friends that watched it. Now, I don't remember you telling me, Revan, but my buddy Ethan was saying, oh yeah, season 3 was not that good. I could be wrong about that. Him saying that, I might be thinking someone else, because I decided no more watching those channels that respond with this episode was good, that was bad, because it was just becoming noise and it was giving me anxiety. I thought, what? I need to stop watching this crap. It's giving me anxiety. And I don't mean just crap like Geeks and Gamers or that Star Wars girl. I'm talking like even Anomaly Inc. because he did like a episode for Mandalorian season 2, And the only reason I was watching was because I was a supporter of his, not because he was, anti Disney, but because he was a defender of the prequels. But I that I just wasn't for that negativity. And also, when I was on his Discord, I DM'd him. I was trying to have a joke moment, and I burned a bridge because I don't think he was familiar enough with my sense of humor to realize I was joking, and I went a little too far in the joke. I will not elaborate on this live stream. If anyone's curious, they can DM me. But basically, I just realized, okay, I pissed him off. He has no interest in speaking with me anymore, and he doesn't post content on a regular enough basis for me. So I'm just going to unsubscribe. And I got nothing against him personally. I don't know the guy. I mean, he was probably in the right. I mean, I know he was right. I went too far with my joke, but wish him well, all that, so on and so forth. And I just was disinterested in negative content at the time. Oh, you had said, what was it? Almost 5 minutes ago or so. You can go back to fandoms in general, though. Don't want to keep you at Star Wars. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry for her. I didn't mean to ignore you, the Persian. Yo. Star Wars is now turned back dead now. It's too late. No going back. Star Wars has been dead since 2000. No, not even 2017. Star Wars was dead the day that George Lucas bought it. I mean, it's basically been in a zombified state. The Last Jedi was the bullet going through the brain. or if we're not going from Romero zombie logic, The Last Jedi was decapitating the zombie, but realizing, why is this still moving? Because it's the Return of the Living Dead variety, where the only thing that kills them is electricity, but blah, blah, blah. Surprised I can remember that. I only saw the first one when I was like in high school. Guys, we're having a little discussion in the chat. Persian says the only reason Mando was good because they took a lot from Kurosawa and Italia spaghetti westerns, quite literally copy and paste, but it was good. Thank you. That is actually very accurate, because that guy I mentioned, Anomaly Inc., his channel, for his season 2 review of Mandalorian, in his second episode, that I don't want to get too much into this, but in his second episode of that series, he brings up a comment I had posted to Twitter responding to a comic artist. It was because he had said something about Star Wars. He wasn't being negative. He was being positive, and I was recommending Nam's channel. He wasn't very responsive. I said, well, I don't always agree with what Nam says, because I like The Mandalorian for what it is. It's basically a Lone Wolf and Cub, which is Lone Wolf and Cub meets spaghetti westerns, which is Italian Western for those that don't know what a spaghetti Western is. And you're on par, I mean, on point with it being Kurosawa influence, especially in season 2. You can really see it in that episode where Ahsoka was introduced. When I watched, I thought, wow, this is very much inspired by Kurosawa. And for those of you who don't necessarily know who Akira Kurosawa is, he was a Japanese filmmaker, and he was a big influence on George Lucas. And it was because of Kurosawa's movie, The Hidden Fortress, that kind of gave George Lucas some inspiration or idea for a story, to create Star Wars, amongst other things. Obviously, Star Wars is influenced by Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey. It's influenced by Flash Gordon, all sorts of other things. Some people speculate that George Lucas was also influenced a little bit by Jack Kirby's Fourth World series from DC Comics and some of his Marvel stuff, like mostly in character designs and hero relationships and so forth. But that's getting a little off topic, because believe me, if I start talking about comics, I'll be on a rant. Revan, you're talking to Persian again. Who are you talking about? Was Go E for a sec? Oh, the Persian Kayvon. What's up, dude? I didn't realize it was you. I should have known. I forgot that was a nickname you had in the group for a while. All those classic zombie flicks are amazing. I watch them almost every year. Who were you talking about making that joke in his Discord? Who was I talking about in Nam's Discord making the joke about? Okay. Well, I didn't really want to go into it. Like, it's not okay. Just for the story, in Anomaly Inc.'s video about the Mandalorian season 2, episode 2, where like basically he has an intro to that video, and he goes on to basically point out how Deadpool's creator Rob Liefeld hates him now. It's partially my fault. And no. That sounds bad. Like, what here's what happened. Rob was kind of on Twitter when I still was on Twitter for God knows what reason. He was singing praises about the Mandalorian. I can't remember exactly what he said, and I said, if you ever want to hear someone else's opinion that's different, check out Anomaly Inc.'s videos. Like, Nam's covered part of this in his intro to episode 2 of his Mandalorian season 2 dissection, and I'm doing it mostly to shamelessly promote Noms, because I was a fan at the time because I loved his work on Revenge of the Prequels. I just wanted more people to know about him. But Rob retorted with, why would I want to hear someone complain about this, that, and so on and so forth? And Noms responded how he did, how he does in his charming personality. And basically, he gets Rob to hate him. He covers it in his video. So in a private DM on Discord, I meant it as a joke, but I took the joke too far. I say to Noms, hey, if you ever want to mess with Rob Liefeld, here's his phone number if you want to text. It was meant to be a tee-hee-hee sort of thing. Because I was in full confidence he would not actually do that. Noms does not strike me as that type of person. But my doing so absolutely revolted Noms. And yes, that I realized that was going too far. And you might be thinking, what are you talking about sending his phone number? How did you get Rob Liefeld's number? I have a way. I did look it up at the time, and no, I deleted that picture afterwards. I knew he was. I've never shared that with anyone since. I've never actually said that online. I was dumb enough to jokingly share what is considered a polarizing figure in comic books, his personal contact information. That was too far. It was stupid, idiotic, and mature. Even if I was just joking, that was a breach of someone's privacy. I would never do that again, even if they were an enemy of mine. And for the record, Rob Liefeld's not my enemy. I got nothing against him. Jokes, body proportions, feet, and all that. Liking Rob, if you can enjoy Rob Liefeld art, like enjoying Fresh Got Fingered from Tom Green, or like Cannibal Corpse lyrics. It's tongue-in-cheek, it's silly, it's ridiculous, it's over the top. It's not nothing to take seriously. But anyway, I'm drifting off topic. I'm boring everybody. Persian says, I just watched the Clint Eastwood Man with No Name and Good, Bad, and Ugly again a few weeks ago. It was heavily borrowed from that. Oh, absolutely, dude. No, that is not an exaggeration. I love those Leone movies. But also, I'm sure you know this. I'm not sure if anyone else knows this. That actually the first of the Dollars trilogy, the Man with No Name trilogy, A Fistful of Dollars, that was actually a remake of Yojimbo from Akira Kurosawa. But when Sergio Leone made that movie, he did not get permission from Kurosawa or secure the rights. So Kurosawa said, "Oh, this is a good movie. But the problem is, it's my movie." So Leone got in a little bit of legal trouble. He had to pay Kurosawa for it. All right, what do you say, Persian? Oh, I also wanted to say, speaking of influences, I think what made the original trilogy so good is that it was based on Dune. Yep, that was another one of its influences, Dune, without a doubt. And also, I personally speculate Lord of the Rings. That could be me reading into it, or part of what Joseph Campbell was talking about with like the sort of subconscious monomyth, that like a common archetypes and ideas that are universally shared around cultures, or at least like one specific type. All right, so you said based on Dune, and prequels kind of strayed from the source. I love the prequels. Thank you, Kayvon. I appreciate that. I think he strayed from uh, Dune or like some of the sources, but it's also because like George has said in various interviews that he doesn't like doing the same thing over and over again. He tries to make each movie as different as possible, and that's why we always see a different planet in each movie. Like original trilogy, you think of sand. Second Empire, you think of snow. Jedi, Return of the Jedi, you think of forest. So he tries to consciously make each movie different, and he even says he's an experimental filmmaker, so he experiments. Sometimes the general audience doesn't appreciate it, which is the topic of discussion in this video. I should get back to that at some point. No, Revan says. Whose Discord? It was Anomaly Inc.'s. Yes, I was being an immature idiot. Persian. Yep, all those Clint Eastwood flicks were him bringing Kurosawa to the West. Yep. Although I would not... Eastwood flicks. Sorry, I was about to say Once Upon a Time in the West, but that was Bronson, not Eastwood. Oh, how silly of me. Yeah, I think, what was the last Clint Eastwood movie I watched? I think the last one I watched was The Outlaw Josie Wales. A great Western directed by Eastwood and starring him. Highly recommend for anyone who's never watched that one. Eastwood's a great director. So, anyway, to get back to the discussion of general audiences and fandoms, and like I was saying before about gatekeeping, fandoms, they try to gatekeep so that basically if someone that's not the original creator of a work now acquired the work and is putting out new content, the fandom is there to gatekeep and tell them, like, we're not settling for less than what the original creator gave us. And some people would say, well, wasn't that, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm already losing my train of thought. Dang it, Ambassador, where are you? Isn't that snobbish? Or isn't that just basically being a whiner and a complainer, basically complaining about how you're not getting what you want? You might think, isn't that what you accuse the prequel haters of doing? Here's the difference between people who don't like what content Disney puts out and the prequel haters that hate what George put out. What George put out was his own creation. It's what he wanted to make. It doesn't necessarily mean the fans were going to always like it. I mean, I can understand some complaints, like the romance subplot in not Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones was not my favorite part, but I live with it. And I see what George was going for now. Like, just romance in the movie subplots don't do it for me, depending on how they're done. Some work better than others, but I think it works better as a subplot. Compared to how Disney did it. Disney acquired the rights from someone else. And they, in certain shows and movies, don't stick to what George established in terms of his lore. And I'm not trying to kick a dead horse with the Clone Wars, Revan. That's not what I'm getting at, just a heads up. Like the whole World Between Worlds thing that was introduced in Rebels. How is that George Lucas's lore? Like, where does that come from? World Between Worlds. If anything, it just opens up a can of worms for potential time travel, since that's what they used to bring back Ahsoka. And I've heard speculation that the reason they introduced that was as a possible backdoor, so that if they made mistakes within Rebels, they could basically undo them easily. And that's exactly why they introduced it, because I guess some fans were not happy that, even though we don't see it, it's implied, Ahsoka getting killed by Vader. And they use that as a means of bringing her back. Basically as a retroactive eraser, or basically a way to retcon the continuity. Persian says, in my opinion, time travel is almost always a jump the shark moment. Yes, I agree. If it's not part of a franchise from the start, like say Back to the Future or Terminator or Doctor Who, introducing time travel is a jump the shark moment. It's basically to bring people back to another time in the show. Be like, hey, remember when we were doing this with this character? Well, we're bringing them back, the member berries, so to speak. I mean, can anyone think of instances where a show that did not have time travel before used time travel and it was not contrived? And I mean, where I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, it's not a good example, but the 90s sitcom Family Matters, or at least what at one point in time was basically Steve Urkel and company. Because later seasons, it was just all about him and his scientific stuff and his shenanigans. Like, that was a jump the shark moment. And they had time travel episodes. Not necessarily the type I'm describing, but, nonetheless. Persian also says, unless the whole story is based around like Days of Future Past. Okay, that's a valid point, Kayvon. But at the same time, one thing that Days of Future Past had on the whole time travel thing was it was adapted from a comic. And I'm going to clumsily use that to violently stick shift back into the main point of the video. General audience and fandom. Persian Family Matters rules. Yeah. Bernie Mac show is also underrated. I never really watched the Bernie Mac show. But general audience, fandom. Stick to the point. Translating comics from one medium to another. Now, comic fandom is the existing audience. That's the fandom. A movie adaptation of a comic franchise or specific storyline is going to be translated to a different medium for general audience purposes. So obviously there's going to be differences. Once again, there's going to be differences, which means change. What are you changing? How are you changing it? And why are you changing it? For example, in Days of Future Past, the comic, I'm almost tempted to go get my copy just to like flashing around aimlessly because I had 2 comics here for such purpose, but I've not gotten on that topic. Get back on topic. I don't know how you guys have stayed with me this long, but one major change from the Days of Future Past comic to the movie. The main protagonist we follow in the comic is Kitty Pryde. She's sent back from her adult body in the future into her teenage body in the past. In the movie, it's not like that because Kitty Pryde was never really established as, a major character in any of the prior X-Men movies. She was seen in the first 2 movies, and then she got a little bit of characterization by Elliot Page in X-Men X-Men Last Stand, X-Men 3, what do you want to call it? But not much of a character. So obviously they're not going to give a character the general audience knows little about for the movie. So they decide we're going to change it to the one character that the audiences have known the longest and can connect to, Wolverine. So that's one change. And what was the purpose of that change? Audiences don't know the comics, so they're not going to know a comic character we've only used a little bit. And so they change it from character that general audiences don't really know. So the one that general audiences do typically know, Wolverine. And I think the reasoning on it is not bad. Although, problem I have with it is they still wanted to keep Kitty Pryde involved, which I commend them for, trying to have her be important to the plot involving time travel. But it just raises up some questions for me. Like how they keep her involved is making it so she can send Wolverine back in time. How is that her mutation? Her mutation is phasing through matter. Like she can walk through walls, doors, ceilings. Like technically, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've read some of the, what was it? But basically like the Claremont era with where Kitty Pryde was involved. I think she can even walk on air in a manner of speaking because that's controlling her power to phase through the air in a manner of speaking. But for the movie, they decide we're going to have her phase through time. That's a stretch. That does not make sense. They could have had her involved as maybe being the leader of the X-Men, or like basically a major lieutenant, and Charles is only in a supporting role or something along those lines. And they could have had, like the comic, another mutant send Wolverine back in time. So that was one change. And obviously, when you're changing from one medium to another, there's obviously changes just because of what the medium is. Comics, they have their limitations. It's a visual medium. It's pictures and words. You read the words to get the story that you can't get from the art itself, or it adds a little punch, pizzazz with the dialogue and the captions. Movies, they have motion and they have sound, so it has a little bit more delivery. It doesn't need to be overtly narrated. So that's one change for general audiences. I understand. But the thing that should always be best be done is make sure that you get the characters from the source material adapted accurately. I thought like for example, Wolverine in Days of Future Past, I thought he was adapted well. Ambassador, glad to see you. Yeah, no rush, dude. It's all right. I've been going for an hour and 20 minutes. You've let me join whenever, so you're welcome to join whenever you like as well. And Persian said before you, yeah, I was referring to the comic and 90s X-Men adaptation. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think the 90s adaptation did it a lot better. Much better than the movie version. The movie one was the best of the recent X-Men movies that I had seen up to that point. I thought the Wolverine and First Class were underrated, but it was basically the last good X-Men movie. Because, well, actually, I was about to say Apocalypse wasn't that good, but now I think about it, I never even finished Apocalypse. And I dang sure did not see Dark Phoenix. Ambassador, I was fine with the change for Kitty. Honestly, the story was on point from the source, but I get your point. Yes, because there's certain things that happen in the movie that never happened in the comic. Like obviously Charles talking to himself from the past and the future, because in the future Charles is dead. Persian Logan is in my top 10 movies of all time. I can see that, man. I'm not sure where I'd rank it myself. I'm not sure I'd put it in my top 10, but it was a good movie. But like I said, I just personally prefer the Wolverine. But anyway, another aspect of Days of Future Past, comic to movie for the general audience. In the movie universe, general audiences just think the X-Men are not in the same world as the Avengers, because they're not. We haven't seen any interaction with other superheroes in the Fox universe at the time. We had not seen them interact with even the Fantastic Four, even though, if I remember correctly, they were owned by Fox. We've not seen them interact with Spider-Man, or Hulk, Iron Man, and any of the Avengers. So they consider, okay, in this future in the comics, all the superheroes are mostly dead, or the majority of them are dead. And there's only some alive, but they're missing or under arrest, so on and so forth. But we can't use them. So we'll just say, oh, it's just the mutants that are here in the future. There's no other superheroes. So that change is something that makes sense from the comics to the movie. The general audience won't need a bunch of lore explaining why the X-Men, the Avengers are not there, because obviously not part of the same universe at the time. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom. Too much water. 3 viewers. Wow. I assume that's Kayvon. Well, Kayvon Ambassador, I know for a fact. I'm going to assume Revenex is bearing listening to me, especially after the Anomaly story. He probably, I'm sure anyone that heard me tell that story is probably thought, hearing me say that, dude, what the F? Like I said, I'm laughing about it now. I realized it was stupid. I'll never do something like that again. But so a general audience, like I'm trying to stay on point. A general audience that never read the Days of Future Past comic before, might have seen that movie and thought, wow, this movie's great. I want to check out the X-Men, but I want to check out whatever story this comes from. So maybe they are one of the 1% of people that actually go to a comic book store if they like the movie enough and decide to read a comic that it was based on. They get some help and they get the right trade paperback collection. And they read it and say, wow, this is so different from the movie. I did not expect this. Like Wolverine never goes back to the past. Kitty Pryde does instead, this, that, and the other. So that person of the general audience would transition into some aspect of fandom, whether it be casual or hardcore. Just depends on how much they want to take in. Because I'll also say one thing I forgot to mention earlier, like since we're talking adaptation for movies, just because someone sees the movie and then decides they're going to read the comics doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be a hardcore fan, because it doesn't mean they're going to read all comics. They might just be a casual fan of the character. Like, I can finally use these for an example. I got a trade paperback of the Fantastic Four and Mighty Thor here, from when it was Jack Kirby and Stan Lee working on the books. You might be thinking to yourself, wait a minute, you got into the Fantastic Four through the movie? Is that what you're getting at? No. Believe me, I don't think the two Fox movies are the worst superhero movies in existence. I've seen far worse, but that movie, I saw it as a general audience member. I had no knowledge of the Fantastic Four prior, and that movie didn't really get me interested enough to want to read the comics. If do anything past see the movie on TV on occasion, I thought, it's entertaining, I guess. But I just left the theater, didn't really become a fan. Now with Thor, I saw the Thor movies in the MCU, or at least I saw three of them. I saw the original, I saw Dark World, and Ragnarok. And it honestly did not make me want to really read Thor. Reason I have these trade paperbacks is because I'm a Jack Kirby fan. And part of the reason you might think, well, how are you a Jack Kirby fan if you didn't look into those comics through those movies? Like, how'd you know about Jack Kirby? I do about him because I familiarized myself with the history of Marvel Comics, like through mostly my love of Spider-Man and Daredevil. Like, I find out from after I see those movies, general audience member, even though I already knew Spider-Man was from the 90s cartoon. So I knew aspects of his lore from that. Then I decided, you know what? I want to actually start reading the comics. My starting point for the comics was actually the Ultimate Spider-Man books, which I think is a okay place for jumping on to someone who's never been a comics reader before of superheroes, because if you go all the way back to the early 60s Spider-Man, it might be a little difficult for someone who's never been a comic reader, because they read of their time. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just you got to be used to the medium and taking the tongue-in-cheek factor, because it gets a little silly, some of Stan Lee's dialogue, but he gives it with pizzazz and sort of a like irony sort of way. So I read this stuff and I find out more about the history of not just the characters, what's the history of behind Marvel Comics. So I find out, like, who's this guy who drew it? Like, oh, Steve Ditko. Oh, he didn't just draw the comics. He also actually co-plotted a lot of them. Like, Stan Lee even has said in interviews that, like, there'd be times where I didn't really have to do much for telling Steve what we were going to do. Like, he was so good at story. I would have to say to him something like, hey, why don't we do Sandman for the next issue's villain? They're like, that was something he said, and I think it was In Search of Steve Ditko documentary from BBC. Yeah, forgive my Stanley impression. So I find out that history about of like one character, and I find out about like who are the creators. Find out like, wait, who are some of these other creators? And that's how I heard about Jack Kirby, and I heard that he built the other portions of Marvel that were not Spider-Man or Doctor Strange. I thought, really, the dude what characters did he co-create with Stan? Oh, the Fantastic Four. He co-created the X-Men. Thought, oh, he did all that stuff. The Avengers. Thought, oh, I gotta check out some of his stuff. I look at it, and I first, like, it was with Fantastic Four. I first, those early stuff, it was not really the Jack Kirby style that I knew from just art that I saw on whether it be Instagram or the internet, YouTube. But as I read more of this series, because I am enjoying it, I begin to see an evolution in the style, and I see it becoming more and more like the Kirbyisms that I associate with, that I think of when I hear the name Kirby. And is Kirbyism a word? I don't know. It should be. So, like, that's a very long winded explanation for how I became a Jack Kirby fan. It was through being a general audience member of like one character, wanting to read more about that character, finding out about the history and the lore, finding out more about the other creators that worked at the company, and then I try to investigate those other creators. And doesn't happen a lot because the sad part of, like, since I'm using comics as an example, like if you ask a comic book store owner if somebody want, like, how many people do they get in the store, so, or not how many people they get in, you ask them, do you get more business when a comic book movie is coming out? I remember asking a guy who owned a shop where I lived in Ohio before I moved. He said, no, the movies don't really cause a boost in sales. Like, necessarily. I think he said it doesn't necessarily guarantee a boost in sales, because some people will come into a shop and not buy anything. Because he told me the story of once some people just came into his store because they saw it on Big Bang Theory. He asked, like, "Hey, can I help you guys today?" "Oh no, we just want to come here because we saw it on Big Bang Theory." I don't know if they said that verbatim, but basically he said that's essentially what the point they got across. I think, come on, if you come into a comic book store, buy something at least. You don't have to buy a $50 comic from 1978. You can buy an action figure for like maybe between 10-15 bucks. You can buy little tchotchkes here and there. Persian, are you talking about JC's Comics? Yes. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about JC's Comics and More, your pop culture superstore located in the St. James Plaza on Central Avenue and McCord in Sylvania, Ohio. I'm giving a shout out to him. That was my favorite comic book store of all time. And he has a channel here on YouTube. If those of you who don't live in the Ohio area are looking for comics to add your collection, find his YouTube channel. You can find a link to his website, and you can find his phone number on there or his email, and you can contact him and ask if he's got anything you want to add to your collection. And he's a fair man, and he'll send it to you if you just give him your address and after you process payment, because he does do card. Just give him my pal a shout out. Like, I loved his store so much that the comic store I now work at, I try to kind of follow a template for how the books he had or how he organized the books at his store. I try to follow that template and apply it to the store I work at. And that's just within the interest of, like, not just my personal preference, but because I believe it worked the best for making it easy for people to find their specific comics. You might think, oh, just keep it alphabetized. Oh, you have no idea. The shop I work at, I mean, it's a great shop. I love working there. It's just before I started working there, this is when the owner, he had some different employees. It was a mess. It was not very well organized, and it drove me as a customer up the wall to the point where I literally just started organizing the books in the bins like myself. He didn't ask me to. I didn't ask permission. I just said, dude, I hope you don't mind. I'm just doing this because it's driving me nuts. And he's like, dude, I appreciate it. He let me walk away with some books for free because of that. And then once it started getting disorganized again because of some incompetent people, he said, dude, you want to just work here? Yeah. so I got a second job, a part-time job at a comic book store. And now he has like one other employee other than myself and him. And it's she's his second in command. It's his now girlfriend. She wasn't his girlfriend at the time. But now we really have the shop in a great spot. Raptor comics, if those of you are curious. And the Persian says, I remember spending a lot of time before they moved locations, just stacks of unsorted, dusty treasure, and they would always be blasting heavy and death metal. Haha. He's talking about JC's Comics and More. Yeah, I never went to his locations before he moved to Central Avenue. When I found out like his shop had been open for like 30 something years, I thought, wow, like he's been here since like the 80s. And just seeing some of his memorabilia, like pictures of him like in his old locations with like Guard, like at the store doing the signing, like when they had their own comic series. That just sounds like, oh, dude, Jay. He saw the highs and lows of the comic industry. Like he's a guy who will not BS you. You ask him if like the books are selling well or not, he'll tell you if they are. Some other comic shops, if I had asked at the time, they would say, "Oh, the books are selling well." By modern standards, maybe. I asked Jay, no, they're not, because Jay would have seen them when they were selling in the tens of thousands, or if not hundreds of thousands. Nowadays, I can't believe I'm going to quote her. What is her name? I believe it's Kelly Sue DeConnick. I'm sure if you don't know the name, you probably heard the quote from her and from an Image Comics documentary, or like saw the meme of her saying, "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book." That chick. She even said the last couple years in an interview, yeah, it's something to be worried about. The numbers of books being sold today are numbers that would get you canceled in the past. So she's talking like the low thousands. I always do this. I always get off on a tangent, forget what the four-letter word I'm talking about. Jeez, no wonder I can't. I can't keep anyone in longer than, I don't know, half hour, 20 minutes, or get higher than 5 views. Oh well, I don't need to do YouTube as a job, because believe me, minor story. Like, this isn't necessarily for. Well, actually, I don't know if any of you know this. Like, I've been on YouTube since like 2009, 2010, and I've never really been a popular person. I remember the quote unquote golden age of YouTube. I tried getting into content creating, I mean video making, I should say, back in like 2009, and it wasn't anything good. It was just me and some of my buddies in high school, like with a camera, whatever we could get our hands on, like whether it was their camera, camera on my phone, their camera on their phone, and we would just make stupid videos. And it was usually comedy skits that weren't that good. We were just badly improvising and being as cringe-inducing as possible, as high schoolers are, trying to be funny. And yeah, I did that. I've basically I made content for a long time with that type of stuff, and then at one point in time, I just realized, what the hell am I doing? And I said, no, I'm done with the trying to. I was aspiring at the time to try to become a YouTube partner, so I could, basically get paid for that. But then I realized it's a rat race. It's not worth it. And part of my wake up call to that was this video creator I used to watch, and I was very much a fan of, named 12th of a Dime. His name was Kyle, and he made comedy skits and whatnot. And I asked him, look, this was back when you could actually directly message someone on YouTube. I asked him once when I managed to get his attention, how did you become a YouTube partner? And he had said to me, he said, became a YouTube partner because of my friend Damien. And it was, Damien is this, he's a former YouTube video maker who was a partner. He was Make Me Bad 35. He did things like Magical Giraffe, Wooden Alligator, like these crazy YouTube skits. But basically, Kyle said he became a partner just because of association with Damien. Damien would get in the millions of views sometimes. Kyle would sometimes tops, I think, in the 20,000s, never go that much higher. And I thought, wow, this dude, like, who I thought was genuinely funny. And I've seen people re-upload his videos because he privated all his videos or deleted them. And I can look back and think, this is still striking me as funny. It's not like something that you grow out of. Like, I found his videos be stuff that was still funny. It wasn't stupid cringe crap that you grew out of, like, say, Smosh or Annoying Orange or whatever, things like that from the same time frame. But that was like my wake up call that YouTube is a rat race and that it's a big club. You ain't in it. And if you're not posting videos on a daily basis, you're doomed, or like a regular enough basis. Oh, it used to be like one video per week or a month. It used to be like one a month could get you departed. Then it was like once a week, and now it's basically once a day. And that's why we have so many crappy YouTube videos, these reactions of this, that, and the other to like, oh, this announcement, the anger reactions, the psyched reactions. It's all fake. It's all badly. It's all a bad formula. That's what I'm trying to say. Very repetitive, like all those prank videos and whatnot of like, hey guys, today I'm pranking my wife doing this, that, and the other. The Australian accent was Wealth by Slyman. that's what I was badly trying to channel there. But basically, like that type, like each video, if they're getting a lot of views so they can justify getting paid, it's because it's a very strict formula they have to follow. There's no honesty to YouTube anymore. YouTube is not about you, the creator. It's all corporatized bullcrap. Comments. Persian says, "Yep, I remember when Randy Blythe came to hang out and celebrate the opening of his." Oh, you're talking about JC Still, and he spent all day hanging out with new fans. Wait, Randy? Oh, Randy Blythe. That's the name of the guy. That name sounds familiar, but I'm coming up blank. You might have to refresh me on that. And Ironclad Granite. Hi, Grant. Sorry. Applause. Good good accent. No, I don't think so. My Australian accent's not that good. Oh, the Lamb of God frontman. Thank you, Persian. That's who Randy Blythe is. But yeah, so YouTube, very corporatized, made for mass consumption, like so much other crap on there. And that's when I realized that, I realized, okay, I'm not making any more videos like that. I'll make whatever whenever I feel like it. That's why I never regularly stream. I tried doing video game streaming for a while, but I never really got more than 10 views tops of videos. So I said, heck, I'll just do whatever I want. And if I think it sucks, I'll just delete it. I mean, who knows? This video might be deleted. I mean, I can say, hey, I had Ambassador on for a little while. That was cool. If he hadn't already check off, I don't know. He might have. I mean, dude's got a daughter. Like he said, he was getting ready for bed, and also he's got a wife. He's got better things to do than listen to your rant. He might be preparing for a stream that he's got. I don't think he streams tonight. Otherwise, I would have gotten a notification on my phone. If he's not streaming tonight, he's probably streaming tomorrow, so he's probably getting ready for that. I bring him up just so I can say for anyone that came in late that Professor Geek, giving him a shout out. Check out his channel. Dude keeps it real. What was I saying? I was gonna actually mention something I was thinking about for a video on this on this channel. Something I never thought I would do. I was thinking about doing a reaction video, not a reaction to an article or an announcement. I'm talking about reacting to one of my old videos. One that I deleted a long time ago in a alcohol-fueled rage. If any Grant remembers this video, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if anyone else remembers the video. Like, I don't know if you ever saw it, Kayvon. I'm not sure if Revan ever saw it, because I don't think I ever told him about it. I'm not sure if Mr. Ambassador ever saw it. This stupid video I made in October 2010 that somehow got up to 2 million views. I never got a freaking dime off of it. an idiotic little video called Freddy Krueger Visits Halloween City. Yep. If any of you that didn't know me from that time, that was me. I was the guy that made that video. I'm ranting at this point. I'm not even on topic. Oh, God. I've just been spitballing. So, oh, my God. It's an hour and 45 minutes. I didn't mean to go on for that long. And it's 10 till 10. Oh, dear Lord. What did I do this myself? What the frick? Wait. Oh, it's my headphone cushion. It's coming apart. Persian. Not Freddy. Grant says, yeah, do a live react to it. Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while because I got asked by someone. I think it was a friend, but not from our group, Grant, but someone else from Ohio asked me, hey, whatever happened to that Freddy video? I said, I deleted it in a alcohol fuel rage. They said, really? And they asked me, do you think anyone might have uploaded or saved it? Or, I mean, did you save it? I said, no, I didn't save it. Do you think anyone else did? I don't know, actually. So I did a search on YouTube. Some people actually re-uploaded it. And I thought, wow, they re-uploaded it. I didn't think you could. Ambassador, can you send me links? Oh, thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Did the link I send not work? Oh, a second. Let me look at the message. I'm going to turn off my mic a moment because, hold on. All right. Okay. I don't see how this NS. Why did this not work? What the flip? Friggin' in the riggin'. Dang it. Oh, invite. Doy. All right, I'm going to put the link in the description, Ambassador. That way I don't mistype it. Because I literally just typed it on my phone when I sent it to you. So it should be there. So yes, Grant, in a future video, I will respond to my old video just for a gag. And believe me, it's going to be hard for me to watch because I cringed when I saw someone re-upload it. I thought, I wonder how it is nowadays, how I would see it. And I cringe watching it. But the comments were surprising me. People were saying it was nostalgic. I thought a video I made from 2009 is nostalgic for some people. I'm not sure if that's amazing or pathetic. To each their own. But, to try to tie in this video, the general audience saw it and liked it. And so that's their frame of basis. Oh, God. I've gone way off base with the stream. This is why I don't stream often, because I try to have an idea, then I get way off base. Jesus. Ironclad. It's one of those, I saw this 10 years ago and had a laugh, kind of nostalgia, probably. Yeah. Some people said that it was part of their childhood. You know what? I'm going to retitle this video. Just add a little. A little honesty. I mean, not that it's going to make a difference. No one's going to search it. Okay, people. He's here at last. So I want to welcome you to the stream. a very cool dude that's allowed me to be on his stream a great many times. I give to you Mr. Ambassador.
Hey Ace, how you
How
doing,
you
bud?
doing? I'm good. How are you?
Tired, but I'm here.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't mean to start so late, and I mean I know you still had stuff to do, but I appreciate you
No, no,
coming
hey,
on.
it's fine. No big deal, bud.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry,
If you got,
I'm not gonna be on camera. I'm not even on my computer. I'm on my iPad for this.
oh no, that's
So,
fine. That's
so
fine, dude.
don't think it's not due to lack of interest. I don't have the energy to get my whole rig out. So I'm going with the backup rig tonight. So I've been listening to you a little bit of your stream, and I did read some of your stuff, and I had some comments of my own. So where would you like me to begin?
Just wherever,
Okay.
and and also for the record, like I've joined your streams on my iPad
Oh,
or tablet before, so like I
I
take no
know.
offense to it.
I didn't figure you would. So, okay. Here's the whole situation with the relationship between general audiences
Yes.
and the various fandoms, the fandoms that number in the probably the thousands at this point. And instead of going with the normal ones, I'm going to go with something a little bit not off the radar, but something that's maybe considered a little more niche per se. There's a couple of fandoms, there's a couple of shows in particular that me and Mam Ambassador are fans of, and they're ones that are in the cultural and the awareness, but also not in it. The two in particular that I'm going to talk about is one is Once Upon a Time, the ABC series from back in the early 2000s. It ended just a few years ago. The other one is actually one that Mohammed Bastor introduced me to that I have become very much a fan of, and that's Outlander, which is a oh, hang on a second. Hey, honey, Rebecca,
Hi, hi, Mrs. Ambassador. Hope you're doing well.
honey, Outlander. Who's that produced by? Stars. Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay, all right. The other one is Outlander, which is produced by Stars Studios, the cable channel. So th- we're talking about different types of fans and the general audience's relationship to it. One is both. Well, one's based on a TV. It's based on a series of books. That being, of course, Outlander. The other one, obviously, is a adaptation of the various Walt Disney and old-fashioned fairy tales. Anything, and even more modern fairy tales as well. You know, like they introduced characters from Frozen and so on.
Yeah, that's right.
The I'll start with Outlander first. This is a series of books I was not necessarily aware of. It's like I said, it's something Matt Baxter introduced me to, and I'm not necessarily one that likes to read those sorts of books. It's just not my thing. But the show itself, it has an interesting premise. It takes place. It actually goes forward in time, but also um, there's another timeline that it follows as well. It starts in the 1940s. It's post-war Great Britain, everything World War II, and you have a couple who I'm giving you a short rundown, so anything to give you kind of a base context, as I don't know how familiar you are with Outlander, if at all. Um,
I know
they
Jack all.
okay. I'll try and keep this brief. This couple goes on a second honeymoon of sorts because they both served in the military during World War II in Great Britain. They go on vacation in Scotland, and the wife and everything, and the husband, they're trying to reconnect, trying to respark the everything, their marriage and their relationship, try to get back to where they were before the war started. They got separated. The wife goes off to this old um, landmark, which essentially is just like it's not Stonehenge, but it's Stonehenge esque, but it's just one stone. That's it. She touches the stone, and she's back in like 15th or 16th century Scotland. during the time before the last major rebellion by the Scots against the British Empire. And there's two timelines. There's a timeline where her husband's still in the present, but she's in the past. Now, it travels in a very interesting way because at several points she goes to the stone and then she goes back into the present. And she's having to play catch up. Eventually, her husband in the present dies, but she has a relationship and she eventually ends up getting married to this minor Scottish nobleman. And once her husband dies in the present, she decides to go to the past to find him again. And the storyline thus far has them involved during the American Revolution. It sounds kind of convoluted, but honestly, it is a really interesting story. It's got a lot of um, intrigue. It's got a lot of good history, and for someone like myself, one that isn't a, I mean, I like to read. Don't get me wrong, but I got burnt out on reading and everything while I was in college. I haven't touched a book or anything in maybe 4 or 5 years since I left, since I ended my college career. Well, it's just because of due to burnout.
No,
more
I
more so than anything. But here's the interesting thing: they were able to take a book series and do a transfer that is honestly very faithful to the books, at least as far as I understand. And it has a very prominent um, fan base. Obviously, my wife is one of those people, but she was the one that introduced me to this. I was an outsider. She was the insider. And the way she explained it, as I got to watching the show, I got invested. What you have here, and this is a very small example. You were talking about comic books earlier. You have a medium transfer from another medium. There's obviously going to be changes made, alterations made because of the media transfer, not to mention so that the audience from one medium is going to be able to connect with the other medium, but you're also going to have the other part of the audience that's a complete and total outsider to this that isn't familiar with the books. Now, the books have done very well over the last several years, but the interesting thing is, by and large, you have a fandom that is a very positive community. There isn't a lot of tosspots. There isn't a lot of backbiting and infighting here. It is a, a good and positive fandom and a good and positive community. Now, I'm not saying is it all hunky dory, chicky dory. No, it isn't. There's obviously going to be buttheads in this group, but they are the minority. They are not the majority. The online discourse with this show, which I honestly think there should be more because it is a very good show. It's not going to appeal to everybody, obviously. That's a given because with your reaction, Ace, I understand it's not your thing. I get that. So no offense taken, no harm, no foul.
I've not seen it, so I just have no opinion.
And that's okay. Um, but what you have here is a example of a fandom that has been very welcoming to people who are not familiar with the source material but have found a pathway into this fandom through the show. And in due course, I imagined a good source or a good amount of the people that came in through the show and probably be like you were describing with comic books. They got introduced to the medium through movies or TV shows or animated series, whatever the case may be. And they're like, I like this. I want to know more or I want to read more. And those people got introduced to the books. The people that are already in the fandom said, yeah, there's books. Go read them. They're actually pretty good. I myself haven't. But this show's been going on for like 6 or 7 seasons, give or take. So it's obviously had legs, and Stars has been very supportive of the production team, of the actors, and so on, and just kind of given them the resources that they needed, but hasn't been interfering in the production. So what you have here is a very rare dichotomy where you have a good fan base, you have a very I know this word has some may have some cringeworthy connotation, but I think in this particular circumstance, um, a good thing. Inclusive fan base that's saying, "Hey, you like this stuff? Come on in." And you have a show that has remained, for the most part, faithful to the source material, though granted, changes had to be made because, as I said, you have a medium transfer from another to another medium. Medium transfer is going to be common regardless of the media. If it's from movie to TV show, that's one thing, or if it's vice versa from TV show to movie, you're going to have changes made. It's just the nature of the beast because you have to, obviously, you have to give the fan base what they want, or at least do your best to give the fan base what they want. But you also have to have a pathway for the outsider to come in to the fandom. Now, as with Once Upon a Time, you've got a medium transfer from another medium transfer from another medium transfer. Now, the medium transfer that is the source, obviously, is the oral tradition from which all these fairy tales came from.
And
Obviously, they
Grimm's.
got yeah, the Grimm's, the brothers Grimm, and so on. The other people that created all these other fairy tales. Obviously, those got transferred from the spoken word to the written word, and then after several decades of technological advancement, they got transferred from the written word either to animation or live action. Just depends on who was in charge of uh, the next medium. What you have here is almost a flipping of the script entirely because you have a fictional universe that is being portrayed as a real world universe that is running parallel to our real life. And all of these fairy tale creatures, if you're familiar with Once Upon a Time, you probably know the gist of it. They
I saw
got sent.
I saw a couple episodes when I was a guest with someone at Planet Fitness, so I've only seen bits and pieces of episodes, but I know the gist of it.
Okay, obviously it ran for like I think 7 or 8 seasons, give or take. I've gotten as far as season 3. It's not because of disinterest, but we've just gotten sidetracked with other things and with life in general. It happens. But eventually, I do want to watch the whole series from start to finish because I like the show that much. And I know that there are going to be people out there that are going to go, well, this is just another piece of modernistic crap and everything that's got a bunch of Mary Sue's or whatever cringeworthy, clickbaity catchphrase they want to cook up. But honestly, these are characters that are very relatable. They are, the story is very compelling, and it introduces the idea of the fantastical interacting with, not to say this in a negative connotation, the mundane, us, everyday life. How would you picture, say, Snow White and Prince Charming interacting in early 2000s America? It's not something it's a interesting concept.
Yeah, and actually, something I wanted to touch upon is
Sure.
once upon a time, like when I saw bits and pieces of it, I thought this is kind of like another show because you said early 2000s. I thought you meant like early 2010s. Is that what you meant,
Mm,
or was it late
no,
2000s that show came out?
I think it was like mid to late 2000s, not 2010s. It ended its run, I think, in like the late 2010s, give or take, because it ran for like I think said seven or eight seasons somewhere along in there.
Okay, all right.
So it ran for a while.
Because there was a show in the early 2000s actually had a very similar premise to Once Upon a Time, and
Hmm.
someone in a video I saw recently, because I had remembered the show, and they said, "Oh, this show crawled so Once Upon a Time could run." It was called The Tenth Kingdom. It was
I've
a
heard, I have heard of it.
yeah, it was
Never
a
watched it, but I've heard of it. Hmm.
yeah, it was a TV miniseries in the early 2000s, and it
Hmm.
was kind of similar premise of like basically two people from the modern day life go into this this fairy tale world where all the stories that from the Brothers Grimm stories like
Hmm.
coexist in the same world. Like there's the kingdom that's ruled by Snow White's descendant,
Hmm.
Cinderella's kingdom, Red Riding
Hmm.
Hood's kingdom, things like that.
Yep. Hmm.
and and it's kind of like what you said. It's kind of a blending of ideas. Like first we had the oral tradition of storytelling, then that got written down by the Brothers Grimm, and that was adapted into animation or live action by Disney. And then the 10th Kingdom kind of like like would have been written by people who grew up with those fairy tales in their show that they created, but they might have first heard them through Disney, and then as general audience members, but loved the stories so much they said, "I want to know more about these stories," because who knows when they would have seen them, if it was before VHS or in DVD and
Hmm.
so forth, or on TV. So they find the original stories. They become fans. I'm like, wow, this is so different from the adaptation, that they become fans of it, and then you decide, we want to take this idea and kind of run with it and create
Yeah.
something new. And they kind of did that with the 10th Kingdom, with those fairy stories. Like they might have been
Hmm.
influenced by Disney originally, but they went back to the source material to create something new, and that
Hmm.
new thing created something that, because I think Once Upon a Time was on ABC, wasn't it?
Yes, it
And
was an ABC series. Yep.
and they're all the characters that are from the fairy tales and that are on model with Disney, because they're basically the Disney adaptation. So Disney was
Yeah.
kind of influenced by an by a retelling of fairy tales that was partially influenced by them, kind of a feedback
Yeah. In a manner of speaking, yes. You know,
feedback loop. That's what I meant to say.
yeah, in a manner of speaking, but in this case, a good feedback loop. Because here's the thing: for the longest time, and this, I will say this: online discourse, regardless of the platform, has at times had an impact on the world outside of what I've referred to as the online sphere. Sometimes ideas creep out of that sphere and people will consider them, talk about them, debate them, so on and so forth. Um, obviously, I know that I'm a part of that discourse because, well, I am in the online sphere myself, but I also exist. Obviously, I function outside of it. So, as someone who does have an influence on these various fandoms and so on, I generally try to and everything, and this has always been my uh, modus modus operandi. I try to be a positive and balanced voice within the online sphere so that I can be, because I do the same thing outside of that sphere. Now, am I always positive? No. Do I critique when necessary or when I feel it is warranted? Yes. Ace, you know this. We've discussed this on numerous occasions. We that function and operate in the online sphere, and this is just a personal belief. If you don't share it, that's fine. But we who function in the online sphere do have a responsibility to be a honest and, if at all possible, unbiased and fair reporter. Now, am I saying that we are always going to be that way? No. But I think those of us, and well, at this point, there are thousands of us, if not more, who do function inside the online sphere. Those of us that discuss movies, that discuss TV shows, that discuss comic books and novels and everything across the board. We have a responsibility to the general audience to present a fair and, if at all possible, unbiased opinion. Obviously, you can't always give 100% unbiased opinion because honestly, our biases do play a part in what we say and what we do. It's just a given. But the most important thing that we can do and should do is, above all else, be honest, be sincere, be authentic. Most importantly, be yourself.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I mean, I try to be unbiased and fair, but I'll still give a couple cents. Like I mentioned earlier, like how I can't remember what it was in particular. I think, uh, like I mentioned, like how I had a argument with a Snyder bro, and like I,
Hmm.
because that's kind of along the same things. I express my opinion,
Hmm.
and my opinion is just based like of the Batman no killing rule is based on the comic. That's an important part of the character. This guy
Yep.
didn't like it, and I try to be tactful about it, even though I'm not budging on that. And like when I was having this discussion with him online, he was saying to me like, "Well, what about Zack Snyder's cut of the Justice League?" And I said to him, I've not seen Zack Snyder's cut of the Justice League. I've not even seen Joss Whedon's cut. I've not seen either cut, so I don't have an opinion on it. But from what I understand from some of the things I heard about both, I probably would not have liked it. I probably would not have liked it. That's the most opinion I can have. I probably would not have liked it. And
Hmm.
like that's just from going off that. Like that's the general consensus from what I've heard from people. Now for people that know me and know my taste, I'll probably say, "Oh yeah, I definitely would not have liked that." My buddy Ethan, this last year, he went and saw The Flash
Oh,
with.
good heavens.
I did not see The Flash. He went and saw
I
it.
didn't.
I
Mm-mm.
ca- I want to say he invited me, or he asked if I would want to see it. I was like, "Nah, I don't want to see it, dude." Just because I was over the DC universe, and also just that whole debacle with Ezra Miller. I said
Hmm.
no, thank you, because I did not want to support anything he had been in. But
Yeah.
but Ethan, he knows my taste. And
Yeah.
he said, "Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't see that, dude. You would have hated it." And I said, "I would have, huh? I guess I'm glad I did not go see it." So I can pass off saying, if someone asked me what you think of the Flash, I could say, "Well, I did not see it, but I definitely would not have liked it from what my friend said." So
Yeah.
that's me trying to be tactful for other people who may want to see it, even though I think, why would you want to see it? But you know what? I can't enforce that upon people because everyone has free will, and I have picked up, thanks to Professor Geek, consuming stories responsibly, and it does make sense. Like if like the saying of "you are what you eat," that sort of
Hmm.
thing. And it's the same thing with media. You eat garbage, you feel like garbage. You take in media garbage, you're gonna feel like garbage. Like I mentioned, the
Hmm.
whole reactive YouTube channels. I'll respond to this announcement or how this movie came out, and they'll have the formula of like anger induced, like whether it be
Okay.
the angry Joes or the geeks and gamers and all them people. It's a formula for making money. It's so disingenuous.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, like that. Why would you consume that if it makes you negative? Even if you're making work about it, it does not make, like, even seeing people's content of that makes me feel like so anxious and I can't take it. So I don't consume it, and I don't consume the stuff that is bad. Like if something comes out, like if I see a trailer for a movie, I think I just go back to like the general audience idea. If I see a trailer, it's just like I would not like that. I don't bother seeing. I don't want to hate watch. I,
Yeah.
I don't
Exactly.
think. I don't think I would. I'm not sure if I've ever hate watched a movie to my knowledge, or if I have, it's because it was a movie I didn't want to see, but someone made me see it. Like the last time I remember something that, because now I think about it, I did partly. I a friend of mine. It's not a bad movie. It was Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I did not want to see that
Mhm.
movie. My friend tried to make me sit down and watch it. The reason I didn't want to see that movie is I had this unreasoning hatred of Michael Cera at the time. I I guess I just did not. I just didn't like him. I just thought he has a jerk off face. I was in high school. I guess you could say I was an edge lord at the time, so I was
Mhm.
not very reasonable. But
Yeah,
as
no, I get it.
or so yeah, I might he tried to make me watch it. It's like, nope, can't do it. Walked out. I could not hate watch it. I did now I think about it, I did hate watch the first Michael Bay Transformers, although it I will not I'm done trashing Michael Bay because ever since The Last Jedi, I said, in comparison, Michael Bay's not so bad because at least he does not try to escape any constructive criticism with claims of subverting expectations. The dude says that he makes movies for Joe the plumber. He makes entertainment popcorn movies. I think what
Yes,
we don't have to treat him like high art, but he's being honest at least.
yes. Here's the other thing. And this is also in due in no small part to the various online communities, and not to mention the individuals within the online sphere. And you named a few of them, like Geeks and Gamers and the Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker and all those guys. And
Yeah.
I'm in a DM group on X, and somebody mentioned, oh hey, Critical Drinker and Gary from Nerdrotic were on Pierce Morgan's showing us. I put a comment in there and said, "Gee, three angry, bitter wankers griping about Hollywood. I've never seen that before." Oh wait a minute, yes I have on YouTube.
Is Pierce Morgan really that out of ideas? Oh wait, that's a rhetorical question. Yes, of course he is.
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess he has kind of run out of ideas that he's bringing D-list YouTube talent onto his show now. But anyway, that's beside the point. Not to get off on
No,
a
no,
tangent
you're
here.
fine. Like I, I,
But
I, I try to separate the personas from the people, but like their content just did not impress me. The only content I might skip over it. There was this crowdfunding comic called First Kill. It's a prequel to Rambo. It's written by Chuck Dixon. It's actually
yeah,
Stallone is involved in some capacity, and the this YouTuber formerly known as uh, I think what was it Diversity in Comics, but he's now just called your boy Zach. And like he's writing one chapter of it. Chuck Dixon's writing a good portion of it, and I
mhm.
think that Critical Drinker wrote a chapter of it. I'm not sure though, so I am not really looking forward to that chapter just because like some of Critical Drinker's opinions I do agree with, but just the persona, it got nauseating. It's like I can't even listen to you, dude. Like your
Yeah,
persona just makes you unbearable. And
yes,
some people think, oh, see, it's this side of the political spectrum. It's both sides. When you have an overtly negative thing like that, it's just, and that's their content. It just gets tiresome after a while. I grew out of
yes,
that. I grew out of the angry critic thing. I used to watch like
yep,
not just those, but like the early days of YouTube. I used to watch those channels. Like I'm embarrassed to admit, I used to watch and enjoy the Nostalgia Critic and channels like that. But I got away from because, like I said earlier in the stream, some of those same channels like that were bashing the prequels, but then they said, "Oh, I love the Last Jedi." It's like, nope, gone.
yeah. That's one thing. That is one topic that even to this day, even so many years later, is still so darn divisive and everything. And here's the thing. Among the fandoms of the world, Star Wars is probably one of the oldest, if not the oldest, and not to mention probably the largest. And well, there might be some that are bigger,
Tolkien
but
is older.
Yeah, Tolkien is big. I'm not gonna say like here's the thing.
I said
Tolkien is
older, not
book
bigger.
okay. Well, yeah, older than Star Wars. Yes, most definitely. I will obviously acknowledge that. I'm not gonna begrudge that whatsoever. But Star Wars is probably one of the biggest fandoms, quite literally, in the world. It probably has billions of fans. And when you have a good chunk, like you have a mass majority of that fan base come back and have such a negative reception to an individual movie, it's going to have an impact on the general audience as well. People are going to perk their ears up and they're going to pay attention and they're going to listen. And this is one time when a fandom in mass, or the big majority of in mass, said, no, we don't back this. We don't support this. I'm speaking of the majority, honey.
No, you're forgetting one other fandom.
Hmm.
Star Trek.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Star Trek. That's a good comparison, actually. Of like, it's
Yeah.
little older than Star Wars and almost as popular. I'm not negating.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not speaking negative of Star Trek. I actually
No, I know.
casually enjoy Trek, even though I've mainly seen the original show and some of Next Gen. Not much more than that, other than Wrath of Khan.
Hmm.
Great movie.
Oh, yeah. One of the greatest sci-fi movies of all time. You could honestly you could put a dot, or you can make a point in saying that that movie, amongst several others, maybe two or three others, was responsible for the massive surge in science fiction and fantasy movies in the 1980s. I mean, obviously there were others, and I
Agreed.
think one other in particular, Empire Strikes Back, obviously. Now, granted, you want to go back a little bit further, but here's the thing. Star Wars, the original Star Wars was kind of isolated. Granted, it had a massive impact upon the pop culture sphere, the popular culture sphere of the world. Yes, but it was isolated for several years there. It just kind of stood on its own, but it stood on its own very very strongly. But if you look at the early 1980s, like 1980, 1981, 1982, Wrath of Khan and Empire Strikes Back were very much responsible for studios investing in science fiction and fantasy projects in the movie industry. And the
And
reason was because people wanted that sort of entertainment. They wanted that level of quality escapism. So go ahead, Ace.
I was going to say, I thought of a good modern comparison
Mm-hmm.
was like, one was a sequel that did just as well, if not better than the first one. People say, oh, it's the best of this trilogy. And then one other one that came out and it kind of started this new surge of good science fiction. The
Mm-hmm.
modern counterpart, I think, of a 1-2 punch to cause a movement like that would be The Dark Knight and the first Iron Man movie.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, comic book movies before those two films, it was spotty and everything.
Mhm.
You had some good ones, you had some really good ones, and then you had some which you kind of mentioned and everything, like the first two Fantastic Four movies. I will be honest, I was a huge reader of the Fantastic Four comics when I was a kid. So I knew the lore, I knew the characters, I knew who what was and who wasn't. And the first one I really enjoyed. I did. I liked the casting for the majority of the main characters. I honestly liked the guy that played Doom. I thought he had the right persona. He had the right chemistry to play a good adaptation of Victor Von Doom. And the only issue I had was the fact that they gave Doom powers. Doom didn't have powers. He was a sorcerer, a very powerful sorcerer. He was a very smart um, technical scientist, and so on.
He was about on par with Reed Richards
Yeah, just
in the
about.
comics, at least.
Yeah, in the comics, yeah. Obviously, they had to make some adaptations for the movie, which I was okay with. The only major issue I have with those two movies, and I've talked about this before, everything about I'll mention briefly here, was the representation of Galactus in Rise of the Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
I, to this day, I hate what they did to Galactus in that movie. I
Yeah.
did not. Now, here's this. Let me just say this real quick.
Okay.
I did not expect a giant guy in a suit of purple armor, but I expected better than a freaking cloud.
Yeah, because I personally, like, after I've read the Kirby books, I feel like everyone says, like, oh, Watchmen's unadaptable. I think Jack Kirby Stan Lee's run on the Fantastic Four is unadaptable, just because of how Jack draws everything. It's so niche, it's Marvel's first family. I just feel like it can't be done justice. Like all the scientific exploration in the negative zone, time travel, and this, it'd be so difficult to do for a movie. Maybe a TV show that had a very high budget, but a movie, no, you would have to condense down so much. I mean, and in terms of Galactus, I would not be against a giant guy in a purple suit, because my interior logic is he's an alien. Of course, he's not going to have the same fashion sense as someone here on Earth. It looked ridiculous to us, but it'd be normal for him. I mean, that's like explaining in like why in the first Christopher Reeve movie, why is nobody like in the movie say to Christopher Reeve, like, "Mommy, you see that man with his underpants on the outside?" That's something the audience thinks. That's not something that someone in the movie should think.
Yeah. Well,
or at least say out loud.
Yeah. Well, like I said, before the 2008, comic book movies were hit and miss. You had really good ones, you had some that were passable, and you had others that were absolutely horrendous. You had a good run, I would say, from I think it was like 1998 or 1999 when the first Blade movie came out, and then it really kicked into high gear with the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. And I will say this: yes, Spider-Man 3 had issues. I acknowledge that, but there is some good stuff in Spider-Man 3. I think the biggest issue they had is they tried to pack in too many villains. But I don't exactly blame that on Sam Raimi. I think, if I remember correctly, that was a studio mandate. That wasn't on Raimi. So I'm not gonna hold him wholly responsible. He was doing what the studio wanted, even though he probably fought tooth and nail to not to. But they were like, "Hey, it's our movie. We're funding it. You either do what we say do, or we take it away from you." And then you get the whole mess like you got back in the late 1970s into the 1980s with the Superman movies.
And I would say with Raimi, at least on his part, he tried to give each villain a motivation and a background. It was might have been flooded with villains, but he at least tried to do them organically as possible. And that was hard for him to do Venom, because he was not familiar with Venom. Because from what I understand, Raimi was more of a fan of the Ditko era, and I guess a little bit of the Romita era. And so he knew next to nothing about Venom, but he did them well enough because he just basically watched the 90s animated series, I guess, because obviously he had to adapt something. He couldn't adapt Secret Wars story arc, so he adapted part of the 90s animated series. And he did it more organically than when they, crowded Amazing Spider-Man 2 of the villains. And that's not me bashing against Amazing Spider-Man 2, because I do like the first Amazing Spider-Man. The second one, studio meddling, sabotage that movie. But there's the sum of its parts are better than the whole. And I will go out on a limb and say that I think Spider-Man 3 is better than No Way Home, because it stood on itself. It didn't have to borrow characters created by other people.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, No Way Home for me, I thought was a great. Granted, it's not a conclusion per se to Tom Holland's run as Spider-Man. I honestly, do I like Tom Holland as Spider-Man? Yes, I do. Do I like Andrew Garfield? He's not bad, but unfortunately, he didn't get an opportunity to really shine. Was Tobey Maguire good for a good chunk of everything for a while as Spider-Man? Oh yes, I will wholly admit. I don't think honestly we've necessarily had a bad incarnation of Spider-Man, whether it's live action or animation. I'll tell you the truth. Um, Not to get off on a big tangent here, because let's be honest here, of the fandoms out there, in terms of comic books, Spider-Man's one of the biggest fan groups or anything, if not the biggest, because he's one of the most popular superheroes in the world. What they did with the two animated films from Sony and everything, Into and Across the Spider Verse, they introduced the character of Miles Morales, and I'm aware I've not read any of the Miles Morales runs of Spider-Man comics. Obviously, I've not had a chance to, but they made Miles relatable. They made him relatable to a big chunk of an audience that may not have given him a chance or may not have just have been aware of him. When you're able to get a fan base to change their perspective on a character just from one media transfer to another, that's impressive. And then to get a general audience to accept that same character because they find something in that character that they too relate to, that's equally impressive. And then you have that commingling of the fan base and the general audience, and you have an opportunity to create something good. Because ultimately, fan bases and fan positive place for people to come together. I don't see fandoms as something that should be divisive or negative. I mean, I know it may be a personal conceit, but I think there's a lot more good in fandoms than there is bad. And I think we have a lot more in common as fans than we do have in differences. I'm not saying there isn't differences. Obviously, there is, but I just as somebody who's part of several different fandoms, I try to be a person that is welcoming and inviting and says, "Come be a part of this. You can have fun here. We will accept you, even if you don't know much, and we will. If you want to learn, we'll show you. We'll show you why we love this thing."
Yeah, and I want to read this comment, and also because it kind of it helps me shift gears back into the point of general audience versus fandom. The Persian, he said a few comments about like superhero movies. He mentions Darkman, but Darkman's original. It's not a comic based work, but one of his the second to last I'm put up here says, "I hate the current incarnation of Spider-Man," referring to Tom Holland. "He's a child who gets babysat rather than an independent man struggling to handle his newfound responsibility without relying on others." And that is a problem I have with them, because I get the idea is that, like I said, every adaptation of something, or like if it's an adaptation, every adaptation of a work might be someone's first exposure to it, and they might want to go and check it out. But the problem is, so, like, I get it with the movies nowadays. The problem is they're rebooted too often. So like we obviously had, since we're talking Spider-Man, we had the Raimi movies in the 2000s, and then they decided we're going to do a new Spider-Man series. It's a reboot in 2012, just 5 years after the last one, and then a semi new generation group with a new Spider-Man, and now it happened again, but all the more quickly with Tom Holland. The problem is, like, at least when Andrew Garfield, when he was the Spider-Man that was put back into high school, that was the first time, because to be honest, Sam Raimi's, he wasn't really in high school. We see him in it, but that was before he becomes Spider-Man. We don't really see him struggle balancing school with be a Spider-Man duties. We see a little bit of that with Andrew, but then they put Tom Holland back in high school. And I think, for the love of God, quit putting him back in high school. He is Spider-Man so much more than just high school. I mean, reading the original Ditko Lee run, like, he wasn't in high school more than I think 30 issues. I don't think he would. I think he graduated in the 28th issue. Like, that's just from memory. I might be a few issues off, but it was not the biggest part of his history. Because one issue that is, one problem with adaptation is, if you've got decades loads of continuity that people are familiar with in some sense, you're trying to compress the characterization of that character to fit a general audience's runtime of between 2 to 2.5 hours, depending on the movie. And if they see an aspect of that character, they see that character, they want the fans want the character as they are. So, like, let's say that that the Sam Raimi movies is the majority of people's favorite version of Spider-Man. Let's say that that a lot of people think, oh, they got Spider-Man right. The next filmmakers for the Amazing Spider-Man, they wanted their movie to be different, so it's not just a rehash. But the problem is, do you make it too much different? Like I said, what are you changing? How are you changing? And why? Are you trying to make it different so it's distinguishable from the prior movie? You can do that without having to change the characterization. Just change the story. Like, maybe in one movie it's much more like upbeat, like of Spider-Man. Maybe it's more upbeat and happy, like but still struggles of balancing life, like the first two movies. But then maybe this other movie, he's a grown adult, and maybe it's like the Kraven's Last Hunt storyline. Like, I know it's kind of dark for an example, but you can still get the characterization of Spider-Man across. So with these, so constantly rebooting, you're trying to change the movie so it's distinguishable from the prior movies, and so you can find your own voice, but still trying to do the character justice. That is a lot. That is a hard thing to do. So, and I think we can blame constant reboots for that, because cinematic universes, we gotta have them apparently. And like I said, every version of a character in a movie could be someone's first introduction. My generation, like my first introduction, 90s animated series. Some people's might have been Andrew Garfield or the Raimi version. For a lot of people nowadays, it's Tom Holland. And I think it's doing a disservice. I mean, I got nothing against Tom Holland as a person, but I think he's been given garbage to work with. And it doesn't really, I would say, it doesn't really inspire a lot of people to go read the comics. Since No Way Home, I've been nicer to Homecoming. I will say it's better than I thought, but it's still not the best. And an aspect, so there's also a disconnect between the general audience and fandom, because they're making it not just in terms of getting the characterization right, making it easier for an audience to have access to the character outside the movie. Because granted, this is a problem with the comic industry. It's harder for the casual public to find a comic. I mean, we were talking books earlier a little bit when you were talking about Outrider, I believe, and Outlander, sorry.
That's okay.
But books, you can, like, I was in Publix earlier today, and there is a magazine rack section, and there's a lot of stuff. There's like hunting magazines, there's fitness magazines, maybe teeny bopper magazines, and those Life. I saw a Life magazine of Godzilla, because God forbid they have original content. Original material and articles. They just have to do things of, the history of Godzilla, the history of Superman. Not necessarily bad, but promote the work. But there's a book rack next to it. So if someone in the store, let's say Outlander was available in a grocery store, they might pass by and show up like, hey, I didn't know this was a book. I saw that show or movie, and be like, I thought it was really good. I didn't know there was a book version. I want to read this. Like, that's how a general audience member might become a part of the fandom.
Yeah.
And that's harder for comics, because like these, I had to get from a comic book store, and you can't really get comics in grocery stores anymore. You can get some in occasional bookstores, but that's still much more niche. I mean, why don't grocery stores, the only comics grocery stores carry are those like giant sized Archies. And when they say giant size, they're like really like this big, like almost
Mhm.
as big as manga. They're giant in terms of pages, but not in terms of size. And those might just be at the checkout. I think you have some more, and it's all reprints. There's nothing new. Why can't they have like that for something like have a book like that, have it be, excuse me, like basically newsprint material, just reprint a bunch of old stories. Like, oh, there's a new Avengers movie coming out and it's partially based on the Korvac saga. Well, why don't we have a couple issues of that saga in this mini comic for kids that are interested in the characters? Maybe we'll get into reading comics, and we're not just including that story. Maybe we'll include a couple issues of Hulk, maybe a couple issues of Captain America, a couple issues of Thor. So there's now this huge disconnect between general audience and fandom, because the industries are just making it harder to make it accessible, but that and so forth. Sorry, I
But,
went on a tangent.
No, that was a good tangent. It actually sticks to what you're talking about. Here's the thing. As I mentioned before, fandoms exist for a couple of reasons. One I've already named. They're there for the people that are a part of that fandom. But they're also there for the people who are outside of the fandom who might be interested in whatever the fandom is attached to, whatever IP it might be, or whatever the case may be. And that fandom, its members, are there as a resource to help the newcomer come into this fandom and learn about the lore, learn about the characters, get personal opinions from the people that are part of that fandom. And when you have a good balance of opinions within that group, you might have some people, okay, just for an example, within, and I'll bring this up, within the Star Wars fandom. Yes, obviously there is now, unfortunately, a divide in this fandom. I'm aware of it. I am part of it. It saddens me that there is one in the first damn place, but it is what it is. But you might have somebody from the outside who wants to get into Star Wars, and I hate to say it this way, but I can't not say it. Unfortunately, their road in was a sequel trilogy.
Sadly.
But you have a large core of this fandom that either loves or hates the sequels. But they're like, hey, there's more than just that. There's 6 other movies, not to mention comic books, not to mention video games, not to mention novels, not to mention paperbacks,
TV shows.
not to mention if you want to be a collector, if you want to collect the toys, if you want to collect some of the more high end memorabilia, whatever the case may be. It might just be, it's whatever you want to collect or whatever you want to get involved in. There's room for everyone to come and play. And you have one side of the fandom says, check this out. You may like it, you may not. If you don't, okay. There's a different part that you might get into, and that fan might find their niche. Might find the area that they want to explore and be part of the fandom that way.
Yeah.
And then they get into the lore, and then they influence 3 or 4 more other people who might be on the outside and say, hey, I just got into this fandom, into this thing, and I enjoy it. Here's what I enjoy, but there's more to it. Why don't you take a look? It's in a way, a fandom is a living, breathing thing. It grows, it expands, it's
like a symbiotic organism.
In a manner of speaking, yes. And there's always room for more. And whether you like a thing or dislike a part, whether you like or dislike a part of that fandom, if you can exist peaceably and respectfully within that fandom, then you will always have a place in it.
Yeah, and this actually kind of reminds me of something I wanted to get at. I mentioned gatekeepers earlier because,
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned every movie that might be based on something can be someone's introduction to something, and that person, they might be soured if like say they like it and they get in, but there's gatekeepers in the fandom that are saying no, f you, this sucks and whatnot, so the person doesn't know how to feel about the fandom. They might think like, wait, why are you being so negative? This is the thing I love. And it's not because they're just trying to be mean and bash the thing you love. It just might be because they knew what this thing, what the original was like the source material, and this thing that's been presented to the general audience is so distant from whether it be the characters, the themes, that it doesn't do justice, that they're doing a great disservice to what the original creator envisioned, like where it feels like they're like the people that are producing let's say it's a show, they're willfully producing the fan base. And I can actually think of a perfect example. Rings of Power. Did not
Yep.
watch it because I thought to myself, like, just hearing the rumors, just from like
Mm-hmm.
social media, just
Mm-hmm.
what people said, like what they're prioritizing. I thought, I'm glad I'm not watching that. Like my introduction to
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings was the movies, and I'm not a
Mhm.
hardcore Tolkien fan. I'm a casual fan, but I knew enough about the
Yeah.
lore to where I could say, hearing the rumors what Rings of Power was going to be, I said, no, f you, I'm not watching this. This sucks. Bye. But sadly,
Yeah.
that's be someone else, like a general audience member. That might be their introduction to the world of Tolkien, assuming they've never seen the Lord of the Rings. And if they don't have a positive reaction, they might be like, "What the heck is this? What is it? This the thing the fans are raving about? I'm not into this. Goodbye." So it turns people off from a potential new product, or like a piece of
Mhm.
escapism they can enjoy.
Yeah, and the Persian brings up a couple of valid points here. Dune is going through a similar issue with the adaptations and everything throughout the years. I mean, I will say it. I saw the 1984 version of Dune. Granted, it was many years after the fact on TV. I've watched it a few times on home video. I can't stand that version.
It's
They
free on
did,
YouTube. That's what. That's,
yeah. I will not watch it. I refuse to. I watched the sci-fi miniseries, both Dune and Children of Dune, and I did enjoy them. Do I acknowledge that there are issues with it? Sure, but it wasn't at the time as faithful an adaptation as we could have gotten for the first three books. Yes, and it worked. Not
yeah,
perfect, but it worked.
yeah.
Now, in terms of Denis Villeneuve's Dune and Dune Parts 1 and 2, he nailed it. And
I,
I say that as an avid fan of Dune. He nailed it. As
I,
close as anybody has thus far.
I didn't see it, so I have no opinion. I want to read the book before I see that movie. I didn't even see the '80s
No,
version.
I would, yes, I would absolutely, Ace, read the book. Absolutely. But if and when you see parts 1 and 2, and now you actually have an advantage over the rest of us, and manner of speaking, because you'll get to see both parts 1 and 2 back to back when part 2 comes out on home video.
That's
Understand this. There are going to be changes
obviously.
for for numerous reasons. It's not going to be a perfect one-to-one adaptation, but Denis Villeneuve, he nailed it. I say this with, I say it and I mean it. But yeah, absolutely. Read the book. Read all the books if you get into it,
Yeah, I
because it
heard
is
there's there. Go ahead.
no. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, yeah, I've heard that the Dune books, it's not just one book; it's like several books, and there's like this deep lore of like the
Oh
politics
yeah.
of the universe that
Mm-hmm.
Frank Herbert put in, and so forth.
Yeah.
So if I like the first book, I'll definitely read more of them. We shall see. And I understand that there's going to be changes because, like I said, that's the nature of the beast with adaptation. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with writer Alan Moore that Hollywood is did not had an idea in decades, and that's why I'm
Mm-hmm.
so against adaptation. I get his perspective. I respect it. I agree with them to an extent, but I feel if not all adaptations are bad, if you do an adaptation, you need to do it right, and that's typically translating what the story from one medium into another so that it works. So what you just basically take what doesn't work from this medium and this other medium, you find a way to get it to work. And there's going to be things that are cut, like maybe it's sometimes a little eccentricities of the writer that like a subplot, like Tolkien again, like Tom Bombadil, not in Lord of the Rings trilogy. And I first heard, I thought, what's Tom Bombadil? And then I find out, I was like, oh, okay. Well, I don't really understand. I mean, I've not read a lot of the letters or whatever that Tolkien's done. I just, like I said, I've read The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and I've not finished Silmarillion yet. So I'm sure there's something that gives yet. I'm sure there's something that gives Tom.
No. That's a good ooh, because of all three of those books, Silmarillion is my favorite.
I've got. I just haven't, gone through it all. But anyway, so like maybe I'm just missing. Maybe I'm just missing the crucial component that makes Tom Bombadil interesting. That
honestly,
was the point of
Tolkien. Here's the thing: Tom Bombadil is not introduced in the Silmarillion. He's not even introduced in the Hobbit. He is solely in the Lord of the Rings itself.
Okay, but what I was trying to get at is like, he whatever reason Tolkien had, he might just be an eccentric thing. They felt, okay, this doesn't really work in this movie. It's not really necessary, so we cut it out. And then you have to, like I said, with comics movies, you're trying to decompress decades of comic lore into to our movie. With a book, depending on if it's a single book or a series or one book, but there's all this other lore in other books that's important to the story. Like you're trying to take hundreds of pages of this story and lore and characterization and compress it into a 2 to 3 hour long movie length so it can be understood by audience and tell it all visually. It's a challenge. So there's some things that get lost in translation, some things that are found in translation that work well. And another example I can think of in terms of excellent translation from one medium to another, and that got me interested in potentially reading the books, Jack Reacher and the show. I watched part of the first season. I was at my cousin's, and my aunt was watching Jack Reacher. She was already into a few episodes in, I think, and I start watching the show with her. I think, hey, this is pretty cool, and then I found out, oh, this is based on a book series. Well, maybe I'll have to watch it sometime, because from what I understand from the show, it follows the books more accurately than that movie version with Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, thank you. Than he did. I thought, okay, that's interesting. So I'm interested in reading Jack Reacher. I just have not got around to it. But what I'm trying to get at is there's this other book series that came out. It's a 12 books in a series written by Chuck Dixon called Leave on Cade. Now, for those that aren't familiar with comics, Chuck Dixon was a writer for both Marvel and DC. He's worked on like Moon Knight, Punisher, and what are some others? I think he did some of the Nam, and his big notoriety of fame is he's the guy who co-created Bane with Graham Nolan for the Batman villain. He wrote Batman. He wrote Birds of Prey, Nightwing, Robin. He did all sorts of cool stuff. And I follow his channel here on YouTube, and I listen to his videos every week. I'm a regular listener. He's even answered a couple of my questions on there, which I'm grateful for. And I found out he's got this book series called Leave on Cade. And either he or someone else described it as being a close relative to Jack Reacher, but with a touch of the Punisher. And I thought, well, I like that Jack Reacher show, and I like Chuck Dixon's take on the Punisher, and because I am a fan of the Punisher. Before everyone decided, oh, we're just going to try to one up Garth Ennis by making him uber violent and psychotic. I hate you, Jason Aaron. Off topic, but basically, I like that idea. This character, Leave on Cade, is kind of a combination of the other two. Okay, I'll buy the first 2 books, and if I like them, I'll read the rest. I started the first book this last Sunday evening. I finished it the next night. It was just under it was just under 200 pages. I couldn't put it down. I was just so engaged. And from what I understand, so now I'm a fan of Leave on Cade. I'm going to start the next book here soon, but I'm trying to read through this other book that's History of Pirates right now. And so I like that. I'm going to read the next book. And from what I understand from what Chuck said, that supposedly, since he it has a working relationship with Sylvester Stallone. Like that's how he got the deal on the Rambo prequel comic. Is
Yeah.
that Stallone read the Levon Cade book, and now it's kind of being optioned for either I can't remember if it's a TV show or a movie, but it's being optioned with Stallone as a producer to help, try and keep it consistent. And there's
Yeah.
talks of, I think, Jason Statham playing Levon Cade. And I think he's kind of short for the role because Jason Statham's like 6 foot, 5'8" or 9 or something. And Levon in the book is described as being like 6 foot, and he's a veteran. But I
Yeah.
think other than that, maybe he can do it because there's not really a
Yeah.
description of the character beyond like he wears a button-up work shirt, jeans, and work pants or work shoes. I mean, so
Yeah.
like that's something from adaptation we have to worry about. We don't have to worry about how he looks too much in translating that because he's kind of a blank slate. We just have to get the character right.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. When you have a popular character that has had a lot of books written about him, you're going to have the fan base that's going to say, okay, you're changing this and that, and we're okay with it for the most part. We just don't want you to go too far off of base. I mean, I could think of two examples and everything. One that's very prominent. The other one, it has a good solid fan base. I'm even, in terms of the movies, I'm very much a fan. And that's of course, kind of keeping the same vein that you're discussing. Obviously, James Bond, and also Jason Bourne. Now, let's be honest here. Bond is the uber spy. He is the spy we all reference when we talk about the great cinematic spies on the big screen. I mean, we grew up watching Connery and Roger Moore and Timothy Dalton, and then for those of us that got into James Bond in the '90s, it was obviously Pierce Brosnan. Now it's Daniel Craig.
And
I don't necessarily have a. Okay, here's the thing. Do I have a Bond that I dislike? No. Do I have a Bond or two that I absolutely love? Oh yeah. I grew up watching Roger Moore and Sean Connery, obviously, but there's room for everybody. But the interesting
you
thing
did miss one.
was, oh, I know the
George
guy that
Lazenby.
played, yeah, George Lazenby.
It's
No,
all
I
good.
did.
He did one movie. He's hard to remember.
Well, I know he's one of the Bonds, obviously,
Yeah.
but he only did one movie.
Yeah.
But when the Bourne movies came out, this was a different flavor. This was a guy that had a different type of past. Obviously, it was also played by Matt Damon, and he had done Good Will Hunting and a few other things before that. But everybody was willing to give him a chance as Jason Bourne, and he delivered. The first three movies, bam, 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 hit, hit, hit. They all worked. Had a good tension, had good action, had good suspense, good story, good antagonists. You had some good actors in there besides Jason. Besides Matt Damon, you had oh crap, Chris Cooper for the first one. You had Brian Cox,
That's right.
who was in the first two. Absolutely great cast. I mean, you had Franca Poutine from for the first two movies, or at least the first movie, and then the first little bit of the second movie. Unfortunately, she got killed. You had Julia Stiles in all three, which she eventually became. We find out that she actually was in love with Jason, and it worked. It was a good series. Now they change things a little bit, and they brought in Jeremy Renner for the Bourne Legacy. I did get a chance to see the Bourne Legacy. I've been interested too. And then they did a follow up with bringing back Matt Damon, and it was just called Jason Bourne. I heard that one was actually pretty good. Was it the best thing ever? No, but you have a media transfer from one thing to another. The difference is here, Robert Ludlum, he did try to keep a fairly decent reign on things, but the Broccoli's, Barbara Broccoli and so on, and Ian Fleming, they have kept a very, very tight rein on the character of James Bond. And the fan base has been very supportive of those two families doing so because they want a little thing called consistency. They want Bond to be Bond. They don't want him to be something other than what he is. Now, has each Bond had his own characteristics and so on? Yeah. Everything. Sean Connery was a little more tongue in cheek. Roger Moore was very tongue in cheek, but he was also very much a ladies' man.
With
Timothy
a touch of
Dalton was,
camp.
yeah, exactly. Timothy Dalton was a little more rough and tumble, and people liked that.
More dry.
Daniel Craig definitely more rough and tumble than we are accustomed to, much more willing to get his hands dirty than any Bond we'd seen before this. People accepted it though. The fans accepted it, and the movies did well. The only two of the Daniel Craig ones I have not seen were Spectre and No Time to Die, which, regardless of what the online discourse was, I am still interested in seeing.
I've not seen No Time to Die, so I have no opinion on it. All I could say is Spectre is it's a downgrade after
Skyfall.
Skyfall. Yeah, I mean, that's
That's
the
what I've
most I will
heard.
say about it. That's the most I will say
That's
about it.
that's what I've heard, but I'm still, what, I'm still a Bond fan. I still want to see him because
Yeah.
I like Daniel Craig as Bond.
Yeah. And with you were talking about Bond and Jason Bourne, that
Hmm.
also brings me to another point is like with movies coming out that try to differentiate each other, like if they're from the same genre, they try to
Hmm.
differentiate each other just so that they don't really get considered like, oh, this is a clone of this, that, and the other. Because that happens a lot with entertainment. One movie comes out,
Oh yeah.
there's all sorts of imitators. And but so Jason Bourne, they
Hmm.
decided we got to make this stand out so no one thinks this is James Bond. And that wound up actually influencing the next James Bond movie because basically Jason Bourne I think came out at this close to the same time as Die Another Day I think, and then Die Another Day didn't go over so well, and they thought, well, why don't we adjust Bond to be more like Jason Bourne? Like they tried to keep the character the same, and they did the age old thing of going back to the roots of the character from the books, and
Hmm.
and kind of like what Connery did, and it's definitely Daniel Craig is much closer to Connery than what some of the others were. They all the Bond actors they still have the chain smoking borderline alcoholic lady suave
Hmm.
ladies man
Oh yeah.
license to kill British agent, but there's a different way of doing it to like as we
Yeah.
said because it changes with the times like Connery's the relevant version of the 60s into part of the 70s, more the
Hmm.
70s into the 80s, Dalton for his duology, and then Brosnan for the 90s and the early 2000s, and then Craig for the modern era.
Yeah. Exactly. And what each one of those actors, and let's be honest here, there's always going to be the great debate: who is the best Bond? Some people are going to say, well, Daniel Craig is the best Bond. Some people are going to say, no, Connery was the best Bond. Or some people are going to say, no, Roger Moore was the best Bond. Some people may even make the argument for Timothy Dalton. There is no necessarily a right answer because it's going to depend on the particular part of that fandom. And it's also
Yeah,
going to depend on what the general audience says.
yeah,
Because,
personal bias from what they were introduced the character through.
exactly. So, the it all comes kind of back to what the point I was making before. The fandoms exist as a place for us all to gather together to discuss these IPs, regardless of the medium that they exist in, that we love. And there will always be a relationship between the fandom and the general audience. And in time, a certain percentage of that general audience is going to count themselves amongst that fandom or fandoms. I mean, you'll always have your one main fandom that you will always, always, always love. But there will be numerous other fandoms that you count yourself among because you like this thing, but you like this thing too. It's there is a there is a quote from a show that I absolutely love. It's a sci-fi series, and I actually covered this show on my channel. Babylon 5 has a very avid, very passionate fan base, which I do count myself very staunchly among. One of the characters says, one of the greatest strengths of humanity is they build communities. What is a fandom but a community? A place where everybody can feel like they belong. And we want the people outside to feel like they can belong too, so that the fandom becomes stronger. Fandoms are not meant to be exclusionary. They're not meant to be restrictive. They should be a place where everybody feels that they belong, even if you are the outsider. Because an outsider is only a person who has not yet decided or been encouraged to be a part of the fandom that they might love.
I agree. I mean, when I was first became a Star Wars fan, I've thought of myself not because I thought it was cool. I just felt like an outsider because didn't have a lot of friends in school. I was, very introverted, didn't really talk a lot. Then I find out about Star Wars, like, oh, this is so great. I try talking to people about it, and then I find something to connect with them about. And it's like you said, because that community and yeah, we should should be welcoming and whatnot for everybody. But I think something that people forget nowadays with like always trying to change like the characters and whether it be movies, books, shows, whatever that we love, is they're trying to appeal it for people who aren't fans. I think for fandom, it's just more of a you like it if for what it is. Why should it to change for outsiders? So like why are we just trying to change it from what it is and something it's not? That's not even the
Yeah.
same thing.
Well, I do want to respond to the Persian's comment.
Yeah, we're not trying to ignore you, dude. I was just
No. He says, I believe in gatekeeping. I'm sorry, but traditions need to be preserved.
I agree.
I do, and I too do agree as well. I do believe that there should be a certain amount of gatekeeping that does exist in a fandom. Otherwise, everything just shifts with just the times and everything. But the thing I would say is gatekeep, yes, but still be welcoming to the outsider.
Mhm.
Help them understand why certain things need to be preserved because it was the creator's original intent. But
Mhm.
don't gatekeep just to be an ass.
Yeah,
And
like
unfortunately, there are individuals that do. There are individuals that like that do exist in fandoms. Are there times when they are weeded out? Yes, they are. Because one thing that a fandom should not tolerate is a gatekeeper that's there just to be an ass and to keep other people out. You need to have a balanced outlook. If you're going to gatekeep, fine. But be fair and be balanced. I know that sounds a bit cliche, and I don't mean to sound cliche by any means.
it's fine. I agree with balance.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Another favorite quote of mine.
I prefer balance.
spoken by another spoken by another great movie villain.
Yeah, but in terms of gatekeeping myself, I agree. Like gatekeeping is not necessarily a bad thing, but there are like overzealous, annoying people that make it hard
Yes.
for everyone. Like earlier in the stream, I can't remember if you were on. I talked about like music gatekeepers. Like right now, I'm wearing a Motorhead shirt. Now, maybe someone that doesn't know me, that's either like a zealot, they might approach the old cliche is of you see someone seeing someone else in a band T-shirt that they like, they approach that person and tell them name 5 songs of that band, and it sometimes I think, well, that's a little harsh. Why would you do that? Maybe they're just getting into the band. Like maybe they have bought one CD. They don't have all the song names memorized, but they do it, and they're wanting, they're trying to represent and whatnot. Like, hey, this thing's cool. Check it out and whatnot. And maybe
Yeah.
they're still building up. When I see someone like that, I might be like, hey, what was it? I had an experience. I saw someone in a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. I was like, hey, I like your Led Zeppelin t-shirt, and that's what I did. I didn't to try to challenge them like, oh, how many songs you know, just because like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe they don't have long hair, or like, she seems kind of preppy. She seems too pretty to be a Led Zeppelin fan or something like that. Just kind of like, hey, we have something in common. I mean, and for all I know, they might have been a genuine Led Zeppelin fan. Are there people that wear things just because they think it's fashionable? Yes, because but let those people expose their ignorance. Like you don't necessarily have to like ask them to name 20 songs or whatever.
No.
Like from another band, Megadeth, the leader of the band, guitar player, singer, he was once walking down the street somewhere and he saw this girl, probably like in her 20s. She was wearing a Megadeth t-shirt, and he said, "Hey, I like your shirt. Do you want a picture or whatever?" Or and she's like, "Who are you, weird guy?" He's like, "That's my band shirt you're wearing." She's like, I didn't know this is a band. I just bought this in a boutique. I think, just what? Like, I question why a Megadeth shirt was in a boutique, but whatever. Just whatever, because you think it's trendy.
Well, here's the thing. There are many bands myself that I am absolute a fan of, and back in my early 30s and everything, I have 2 tattoos on my body, one on my back, one on my chest. The one on my back I got like when I was I was 30 or 31, give or take. There is a band even to this day that I absolutely positively love. And I've always had a weakness for lead female singers. Not to prolong the point, but the band is Evanescence. I heard their songs on the radio, and I was like, I love this woman's voice. And I found out who she is, and I finally found out the name of the band. I was like, dang, that's a weird ass name, but I like it. I went to a tattoo parlor in my hometown, and I took their first CD called "Fallen with Me," and I talked to the tattoo artist. I was like, I want this symbol on my back because I love this band that much. And she's like, that's kind of cool. I was like, it's from a band I discovered just recently, but I love their music. I love the lyrics. I love the lead singer. Not in love with her, but I love her voice is what I meant. And she's like, how big you want it? I was like, do it as big as the CD. She's like, sure. I have that tattoo to this day.
Interesting.
And I still love Evanescence. I'm actually a part of a fan group on Instagram.
Nice.
So, yeah.
You ever, since you like Evanescence, I know we're talking music, but you ever hear the band Nightwish?
Yes, I have.
Oh,
They're
okay. So
I'm familiar with them. I don't know a lot of their songs and everything, but I have heard of them. They're okay and everything. I don't dislike them. They're not my thing.
well, I would say it depends. It might depend on which era you heard. If you heard this stuff after Tarja, the original singer of the band, I think she's the original. I'm a casual fan of them.
Right.
Like it's the singer after her wasn't as good. Tarja is basically like a operatic soprano. Her voice is just like whoa. If I was going to recommend one album from them, it'd be the one that turned me on to them once.
Okay.
Yeah, just a thought. And to read the Persians comics, yeah, I don't mean arguing about my taste and favorite this and that, but I mean pushing away the people who show up and expect to change what everyone loves to appeal to people who it doesn't appeal to. He's talking about gatekeeping, and yeah, I agree that'd be like if someone came into a job and on their first day they're demanding HR accommodate them and had demand everything else that changed for it. I think because that person, they would not be tolerated long. They would not bow to this new person who's like demanding changes on them. They'd say, get the F out of here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know there are people out there who think the lead singer of Evanescence, Amy Lee, is a complete and total witch. That she even has kind of that persona, but at the same time, I can separate, as I have sometimes had to do in life, I have had to separate the art from the artist. Yeah, she might be a pain in the neck in life, but she's got a voice that I absolutely love. Like I said, I have a weakness for lead female singers. There's like three or four that I am a fan of even to this day. She's one of them. The other one is Shirley Manson, the lead singer of Garbage. Another one is Joan Jett from Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Good choice.
Uh, Another one, and this is a really old one, you may never have heard of her, Linda Ronstadt. I love her voice.
The name sounds familiar. I'm not sure if I know the music.
She was a big name back in like the 60s and 70s in the country music scene.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I probably heard of it. I
the,
just don't think I heard the music.
yeah,
I'm
you've probably heard something by her. And the other one is one you probably never expect, especially from me. Tina Turner. She's got a great voice.
I can't
I
deny she's got talent. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but I will acknowledge talent when it is
Oh yeah.
warranted.
Well, not to mention she played a great villain in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
Oh yeah, that's
That was
right.
her.
I
She was
nearly
actually
forgot
she
about
actually did
that.
a couple of songs for the soundtrack.
That makes
We don't
sense.
need it. Yeah. She actually just passed away like a year or so ago.
I know it's sad. Like the all the good talent dies off, and all the bad talent stays around and gets Grammy awards.
Yes. And some of them are just, you just want to shake and say, hey, there are people out there that did better than you. Do as good as them.
I just want to say to him, just because you acknowledge that you're a nepo baby does not excuse you from being a nepo baby. Miley Cyrus.
Yes. Yes. Oh, but that's another thing. I mean, there are just as massive a fan base for music, musicians, bands, whatever way you want to categorize it, probably even bigger. I mean, movies and TV shows and books and comics is one thing, but music is has genres within genres within genres within genres within genres. I mean, it's almost endless. And the fan bases within those genres are almost as huge as any single fandom is for a movie or a TV show or a comic or wherever the case is. But the amazing thing is, you rarely find a lot of infighting amongst fan bases for music.
You've never been on black metal message boards.
I guess I haven't.
or I assume you've never heard the greatest metal rivalry of all, Megadeth versus Metallica.
That one I have heard of, yes.
Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, separating art from the artist, Dave Mustaine, singer, guitar player of Megadeth, he's kind of an a-hole. Well, no, there is no kind of. He is an a-hole, but I separate the art from the artist. I respect him.
That's true.
Based on his songs and his musicality. Do I agree with his political opinions? Not necessarily, because I take no sides, but he's also a bit of an ass, but it's mostly because of going through a rotating door of other people that he has in the band.
Right.
How long is it? Oh my God, it's been 3 hours, 20 minutes. Wow.
Told you once I got on here, I'd get you back on track.
Well, yeah, you did get me back on track because it feels like I'm actually being productive as opposed to just ranting incoherently like I was for that first hour. I was like kicking myself up the backside after I used up my notes.
Well, sorry I couldn't get in here sooner, but
No, you're fine, dude. You're fine.
Oh, I know.
It
I
happens.
know.
I don't hold it against you.
I know you don't. Like I told you, I had work today and I had to fix dinner for me and the missus, and so that takes time. Then I
No,
had to go to the store after work.
no, I get you.
So
I didn't get finished cooking and eating dinner till probably like a little before 7 and whatnot.
mm.
So I get it. Oh, and the Persian says in terms of separating the art from the artist, and Burzum with Vargvikerness.
The one example I can give you of separating the art from the artist, and this is actually a review series I'm going to be starting in the next month or so, is a show from the 90s and the early 2000s that I know I say this a lot, but I do mean it every time I say it. Is a show that I absolutely love. I grew up on, at least in part. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You talk about having to separate the art from the artist because Joss Whedon
Yeah.
has been revealed to be a massive, absolute tyrannical jerkwad.
And a
And
hypocrite.
yes, and as you know, do I love the show? Do I love its spinoff Angel? Yes, I do. Do I acknowledge that Joss Whedon is very talented? Yes. But do I also acknowledge that he is a toxic douchebag? Oh yeah. I acknowledge that too.
Uh,
So
other than the Avengers, the only the only media of his I've ever seen was what was it? Firefly. It was a good show, but this is before the whole debacle of him being an a-hole came out. His
mhm,
fanboys need to acknowledge the show's overrated. It's good, but it's overrated.
yeah. Buffy on the other hand though is not overrated, at
Person.
least not from my not from not at least from not my point of view.
I never really watched it, so I don't have an
That's
opinion.
okay. I
Uh,
personally I like all 7 seasons I thought were good. It
fair enough.
had a lot of good characters, had several good character arcs, some really good villains. There really wasn't, as far as I'm concerned, a weak season. Were there a few episodes that were like, this wasn't as good as some of the others? Sure. But the whole is stronger than the sum of its parts. It told a compelling narrative. It was authentic empowerment for women, not cringeworthy empowerment for women, and not just for women, but for guys too. I mean, because let's be
Fair enough.
honest here, Buffy kicked ass. She got her butt kicked just as much, but she kicked a fair bit of ass, and you liked her. You wish you had a sister like her. I sure as hell wish I did.
Yeah, I've saw a few video essays that dissect like certain episodes of like why it's important to her story or like how like it's in videos
Yeah.
relation to characters and
Mm-hmm.
storytelling, and that's how I know about it. I think okay, this Buffy has some good stuff, and we'll
Oh
read
yeah.
some of Persian's comments. He mentioned the super hot topic right now is Kanye wearing that Burzum shirt and doing a collab. Keep it like we could never take what Kanye says seriously. We all know he's just saying that for attention. Because do you really see Varg working with anyone? No, let alone getting out of Europe. Not at all. And he asked if either of us ever watched Legend of the Seekers. I have not.
I've heard of it, but I've never watched it. So
Yeah, he says it's
I'm
also a
aware.
book series.
Yeah, it is. I'm aware of that. I know a lot enough. I know a lot of stuff, just enough to be dangerous.
I know two things about it: Jack and crap. Jack left town. I always have to use that line when the opportunity presents itself. Thank you, Bruce Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Bruce Campbell. You are the gift that keeps on giving, even now, so many years later, and you're getting a little wrinklier and a little pudgier, but we still love you. Ash Williams.
It is a crime that they did not cast him to be Sully in that live action Uncharted movie.
Yeah. I never saw it, so I can't really say. I know
Me either.
Mark Wahlberg was in it. I know Tom Holland obviously was in it. I also know it flopped harder than several movies that flopped last year.
I think, come on, if we not, why do we keep trying to adapt video games into a movies? I mean, that's one adaptation that typically does not work because video games are interactive. They feel personal to us because we're
Okay,
experiencing it. That's why sometimes the character is a blank slate.
okay. I will give you two examples, or okay, I'll give you three examples for a movie adaptation from a video game that actually worked, where it was entertaining, and was received well by the general audience and the fan base.
Sonic the Hedgehog, I know that for sure.
Yes, that's one.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm saying majority, not all. But go
Yeah,
on.
no, I agree. No, I agree. The second one is not the one from the 90s, but the one that came out a couple of years ago, the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, come on. The 90s is a brilliant Artur movie.
Shut up. No, it isn't. You shut your lying face. You shut your. That movie is a piece of tripe that should not exist.
If I want to watch a movie that's so bad it's hilarious, I'll pop that movie in.
No. You want a good movie that's so bad it's hilarious? Street Fighter was Jean Claude Van Damme. Yes, I acknowledge
Okay,
that movie is
yeah,
bad, but it's so bad that it comes back around to good.
I can watch that movie because Ralph Julia.
Yes, Raul Julia.
Yeah,
Yes,
Raul Julia, not Ralph. Why am I saying Ralph? But Mario, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's the so bad it's funny entertainment. Mario
but
is more of a drinking game movie.
the one they did in CGI, it was very good, and it did very well at the box office and was accepted by the fan base. The one that it sits at the top of my list of the three good film adaptations from a video game is, of course, 1994, 95. I can't remember what year. I knew it came out one of those 2 years. Mortal Kombat.
I figured that was what you were gonna say when you said for 94. I thought, oh, he is gonna say Mortal Kombat.
Yes, I am.
Oh yeah.
Because they didn't stray from the premise and they had enough lore to work with that they could craft a good movie out of it. Not to mention, when you have Christopher Lambert in your movie, you've got to win right there.
Yeah, and in fairness, I mean, like they only had so much lore they could take from the video games. There wasn't a lot. I mean, they knew
Not
it
at
was
that
going to
point,
be
no.
they knew it was going to be just mostly an action set piece movie, but they knew what they figured is essentially take Mortal Kombat characters. I mean, my assumption is with all the martial arts movies that came out of China, like in the 70s, they probably just had to use some of those for reference and figure how can we basically take these, build a story around Mortal Kombat, but they probably just looked at old kung fu exploitation movies and just like figured, we can kind of rip this off and kind of build off of that. And they made it
Mm-hmm.
work for that first movie. I never saw the second movie, but I heard the
The
acting is horrendous.
old lore. The second movie was so bad. It made me hurt inside.
But the ending, that first one, almost made you excited for it.
Yeah, it did. It really did. I mean, a great jump off cliffhanger for a good follow up, and then we got a piece of crap that made my brain hurt. And then we got a reboot that absolutely sucked beyond reason.
Never saw the
How?
reboot. I heard some people say it
Oh,
was good. I have no opinion of it.
dude, do not watch it. Just stick
Noted.
with the first one from the 90s. You don't
Okay.
need you don't need anything else. You
I wasn't
really
even
don't.
I wasn't even planning on it, to be quite honest.
Okay, good. Do not watch. Do not pass 1994 Mortal Kombat. You do not need anything else because you will just go down a portal of recrimination and pain and cussing and possibly binge drinking because those movies are so freaking. The only good parts good part of I think it was 2021 Mortal Kombat, when I think that one came out, was the portrayal of Scorpion and Sub-Zero. That was about the only good part of that movie. Other than that, Raiden was a waste. They didn't even have Johnny Cage. They teased him at the end. Shang Tsung was a waste. And they had this other character which didn't even exist in the games, some scrawny twig boy named Cole, and I'm thinking, who the hell are you? Why aren't you Johnny Cage?
Good question.
Katana was boring. I can't remember if Shao Kahn was even in it. I honestly don't remember. I've tried to I've pretty much purged that movie from my memory. But yeah, 2021 Mortal Kombat was a complete and utter pile of dismembered ninja parts. Or as Ian Malcolm said from the first Jurassic Park, that's one big pile of shit. That quote move works for so many things.
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's probably what, like, not to shift gears, it's just I kind of think of it in a similar vein in terms of, because it's a movie adaptation of an existing property, and the property is very violent and gory, and the movie adaptation is like a PG-13 cheese fest with some dated CGI. And I think, oh, there's a, like, obviously Mortal Kombat got a reboot in the recent years, and it supposedly sucked. And I think the other
It did.
movie,
It did.
the other movie I'm thinking of that I'm comparing to is going to supposedly have a reboot done in recent years by the guy who created the original comic, Spawn.
Here's the thing. I was not terribly familiar with Spawn, the character, but I was interested in the premise, and it had an interesting cast because, especially since when you have Martin Sheen as your villain, that's a pretty good character actor for a villain. Michael Jai White, he wasn't bad as Al Simmons. The fact that they got the guy who played Merlin in the 1980s movie Excalibur as Cagliostro, I was like, I know that voice. That's Merlin from Excalibur. I definitely want to go see this now. Not to mention you had oh, for crying out loud, who was it? I can't think of the guy's name. John Leguizamo as the clown or the Violator. I liked him. He was good. He was good in that movie.
Yeah, I know bits of Spawn from the movie, and some of the, I've not really read more than one comic of Spawn, and I just, what I've known is like from some Wikipedia, and the general consensus is like, when Todd McFarlane, the guy who drew Spawn and wrote Spawn, he's not a writer, so it's not really interesting when he writes the comics, and he had to bring on other writers to make Spawn interesting with the lore, like Cagliostro and like medieval Spawn or whatever it was, that like that, and Angela, that all came, like in the comics, that came from Neil Gaiman. So like if you want like the good issues, you read the issues that were written by Neil Gaiman, Alan Moore, Dave Sims, and I think Frank Miller. Like that's what the consensus I've heard from people that actually read the Spawn comics.
The thing I would suggest if you want a good representation of Spawn is watch the HBO animated series.
That's what I've heard.
The 2 seasons they did were actually really well done. It had the same beat and the same intensity as the comic did. And everything. Granted, I have only read a handful of Spawn comics, but what I read I liked. So I'm guessing whoever wrote it and everything was one of the good writers. And honestly, here's the thing: Todd McFarlane is an artist. He's a drawer. He's an animator to a varying degree. That's his talent. He has the tools to be a good, if not great, artist. He just needs somebody to come in and build the story around his artwork. I mean, not everybody can do everything. I mean, it kind of a similar a similar example is George Lucas. George Lucas as a visual storyteller, he was one of the very best. As a writer, in terms of, dialogue, not so much, but in terms of narrative, yes. In terms of the narrative for a story, he thrives there. But in terms of writing dialogue, he struggles. That's why he had other people come in and write for him. And it worked.
And I will agree because, like, George even says that he said that he's more into the artsy fartsy, and he doesn't like working with plots and having to worry about characters. And that's
Yeah.
why when he casts the characters in movies, he tries to cast actors that are already close enough to the character so that he doesn't have to give them much direction. And that's frustrated some of the actors, but you can see why he does that. That way, he doesn't have to give them too much direction. And yeah, his dialogue's clunky, and some of it I think can be intentional because because he wants some of it to be on the nose, but some of it just kind of happenstance on the nose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even writing, writing my fan fiction sequel trilogy, I'm working backwards like he did. I wrote my ending. Now I get to go back and write the first two parts. He did the same thing with the original and then the prequel trilogy. He did all six parts all at once, and then he broke it down to parts that he knew he could do a little bit at a time. I have, here's the thing. I am not by any means a fictional writer. I am by and large, most of what I have ever written is academic. So it's really stretched my abilities as a writer to try and write dialogue and write narrative that made sense, and everybody I've shown it to, including yourself, has said, "Hey, if this is your first attempt, you got something." So anyway, go ahead, Ace.
Well, I want to quickly, like the Persian was saying, McFarlane's art is his strong suit. Absolutely, he's a great artist. He's just not a great writer. Todd McFarlane even said that when he had told, like, basically asked or begged Marvel to let him have his own Spider-Man title, which is the Spider-Man book that had no adjective in the beginning. It was just Spider-Man. Like, it was that way he could have the book to practice writing on. And writing was not his strong suit. And his art's great. And I just want to read Persian's other comment. He says, "That's what I was saying earlier. McFarlane's artwork for Spidey and Venom doesn't get enough credit for how much he influenced the franchise and pop culture." Absolutely. I got a Spider-Man t-shirt that is the cover of McFarlane's Spider-Man. I love his art. I just don't think he's that great of a writer. I tried reading some of those Spider-Man stories. They're not that great. It was when it got up to the Wendigo arc where he teams up with Wolverine, I thought, okay, that's pretty good. It was pretty simple. Some of the other stuff just didn't do it for me. Yeah. And where's the folder? I was trying to find a storytelling folder, but because I was gonna say, because one thing I would like to be a writer, but I just got ideas, and I've been trying to like learn about writing and like reading forums from former Marvel editor-in-chief Jim Shooter. He has his own website. It's great it's great for storytelling, not just comics, but in general. And this last month, I met him at a local con, and this time it was my third time meeting him. I've met him 2 other times. I just love talking to the dude. Like ask him a question, let him have a long-winded answer. I figure the guy's an old man. If there's not a lot of people approaching this table or asking questions or getting their book signed, let the old man know that a fan cares, that they want to hear what he has to say. Mm-hmm. So the last con I went to, he actually had a panel, and it was about storytelling. It was kind of like some of these touring lectures I guess he did in the 90s when he founded Valiant Comics. And I took notes, and some of the things he has to say are very practical, not just for the comics medium, but for storytelling in general. Like first thing, like these are paraphrasing, shorthand, whatever you want to call it. Learn the craft of the storytelling medium if you want to write in them. and like he suggests like Robert McKee books are very helpful, and he's a retired screenwriter, and he actually had a movie based on his life with that one actor you referred to earlier, whose name is escaping me. He played Hannibal in Manhunter and
Oh,
Striker.
Brian Cox.
Brian Cox. Thank
Brian
you.
Cox. Yeah.
Yeah, and other things he says is if you're trying to write, start with small independent stuff, or you self-publish. That way, it's gives you a ground to practice on, to practice your craft. And I
Mhm.
made a note, kind of like the old comedians who would say that if you did 20 shows a day in a coffee house, that was a place where you could be bad and learn where to get better, so you'd be good for the nightclubs and so forth.
Mhm.
Exposure or success gets your foot in the door, and it builds the audience. Like exposure builds the audience, success builds the opportunities.
Yep.
Yep. Get a buzz going. The more people that talk about your work, the more people will want to buy your book. And an example I can think of, even though he's kind of one of those reacting to the negative YouTube channels, Eric July with his Ripperverse and comics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though ISOM is, eh,
Yeah,
I've
that's
only
what
read
I've heard.
I've read the first one. I haven't read the second one. I have not read Chuck Dixon's Alpha Core, but I've heard it's kind of deconstruction Justice League. And I thought, really, dude, that what I've heard, I've not
Yeah.
read yet.
I'm I honestly, I'm not a big fan of indie comic writers or anything. The only indie writer that I follow, he also is a fellow YouTuber. Granted, he doesn't do as much or anything. Most of what he does is like he'll do chapter reads for his books or so on. He's actually done like 3 or 4 books, and they've all done exceedingly well. I actually have one of them. I hope to get more of them, and that's his channel name is Adega Outlaw, and he he's about the only independent writer of anything that I follow with any type of regularity. Because honestly, I do regard him as a friend, but I also love his work. He writes science fiction, he writes fantasy, and he really knows how to build a universe from the ground up. And what he's done with his independent works is incredible. I actually did a stream after I did a full watch through of 2 of his different stories, and I was like, this guy is my friend. I don't get to talk to him as much as I used to, but if any of you out there are looking for a good independent writer to support, Adega has good stuff. If you like science fiction, he's gotten into fantasy as well. And from what I have seen and what I've read and what I've heard, he's doing a great job. So,
And something like to kind of get back to like the Jim Shooter tips, but also like to kind of get
yeah.
back to get your friend involved is listen to how people talk to have authentic dialogue. And that can depend. It's not
Mhm.
just, it's not just walk around with a tape recorder or like listening, eavesdropping. It might be
Right.
like if, say, you were writing a story about a mechanic that gets in debt and he has to get out of debt. Maybe you go to a auto shop and you like just kind of sit around, like maybe you get your car checked out, but you listen to the things the mechanics say, or maybe you strike up a conversation with them. You just pay attention to some of the subtleties, like the mannerisms. And like if you're same thing with Star Wars, like maybe you have authentic dialogue so that, oh, you want a space mechanic, so you listen to a real mechanic, but you slip in some of those little Star Wars flavors, like some of the clunkiness. And so it's
Yeah.
it still feels like Star Wars in the manner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, writing the dialogue for my own story, carrying it through to the other 2 parts, I wanted it to sound like Star Wars, but I didn't want necessarily to have that clunkiness that Lucas
Fair
has
enough.
in his. I wanted mine to flow better, but I also wanted to have some of that. you know, I didn't go for the absolutely cringeworthy humor that Johnson tried to inject into his movie. Mine is more incidental than it is on purpose. Like there's one interaction, and yes, I know this is gonna be from a character that a lot of people are gonna go, ugh, but I'm trying to craft a story around her that makes more sense than what they did with the sequels. There's an interaction between Rey and Leia and Anakin, and and Rey says General Skywalker, and both Leia and Anakin go yes,
And I like that
because
because that's organic.
yeah, exactly, because in my particular version, Leia does acknowledge her Skywalker roots. Does she acknowledge her Organa roots? Yeah, but she also acknowledges her biological family. Obviously, and obviously in my version, she does. She was married, not, and I don't want to spoil anything. She was married to Han. They never split up. They never broke up. There was never an estrangement. Did they bicker? Did they have their issues? Yeah, of course, every married couple does. But in my
Mhm.
version, they never broke up.
Exactly. And like
So
with the storytelling thing, like with your friend, I'm sure he's got himself a good editor because that's another thing
mhm.
that from the shooter
Oh
panel
yeah,
that he says that you got to have a good editor that knows story and so you can't have someone that's like new into like story editing. You want a hands-on editor that will work with you, that's experienced, because a hands-on editor that knows story, they're not going to let things slide. Like no matter who you are, like comics, superstar art writers and artists like Chris Claremont, who wrote a 16-year run on the X-Men
oh yeah.
un, from Dark Phoenix Saga to the Brood, Days of Future Past, Inferno, all
Hmm.
this stuff. He had great
Hmm.
editors like Ann Nocenti and Louise Simonson helping him
Yep.
because he did have some clunky ideas. For like apparently he wanted to have Kitty Pryde and Colossus hook up. Kitty Pryde was a minor at the time,
Yeah.
and another thing like maybe an illusion or something of Professor Xavier in a French maid uniform. Yes, apparently that was something that's
That
something
would have
Jim
actually
Shooter.
that would have been comical. I'm not gonna lie. That would have been funny as hell. Charles Xavier in a French maid uniform. The question is, does he have a wig or not?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if that actually happened, but that was the example given me, like something of like that caliber of strange. Like,
Yeah,
no, we can't let this slide. That's what
but
Shooter
still,
told me.
that's funny as hell.
And
Char- Charles Professor Charles Francis Xavier, PhD, dressed up as a French maid with let's say a brunette wig.
like mind controlled, like him in a wig, Imperial. Imagine him in a Beatles wig.
I'm sorry. Okay, anyway, getting back
Yeah.
on track.
Yeah. Oh, and some other things Jim Shooter advised for storytellers: try to avoid cliches. Break them if you
Yes.
can. Break them if you can, and by that, it doesn't mean subvert. For example, once
No.
again, yeah. For example, in the X Men, in when the Dark Phoenix destroyed a planet when she ate that star, she didn't go free with no consequences beyond a redemption arc, nor did she go to prison under the Shi'ar Empire. She died after fighting for her life in a battle royale that would decide her fate.
Yep. But then, of course, here's the thing: a lot of people moaned and groaned because of the retcon that it wasn't actually Jean Grey, that the Phoenix Force cloned her body and left Jean's body in a psionic cocoon in the Hudson
Yeah,
River. I can understand why people at the time may have had an issue with that, but at the same time, I was okay with it. Granted, I wasn't reading X-Men comics, although I do have a trade paper of the Dark Phoenix saga. I hope someday to get the first part because heaven only knows the only good adaptation we've ever gotten of the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix saga was, of course, the X-Men animated, the X-Men '90s animated series.
Good answer.
That's about that. Well, because
Say again, you broke up.
you can't. Sorry, you can't have the Dark Phoenix saga without having the Phoenix saga first. You can't put the cart before the horse. You've got to have the horse pulling the cart. You have to have that build up. You have to have those stakes. You have to have that world building experience. Now, granted, okay, they couldn't have all the characters that were involved in the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix saga that they did in the comics in the animated series. That's understandable. But they had the core group of the X-Men working with the Phoenix and then having to fight against the Phoenix and getting their butt absolutely handed to them because you're dealing with a cosmic freaking being. Of course she's going to whip the snot out of the X-Men. Of course she's going to whip Beast. Of course she's going to whip Rogue. Of course she's going to whip Professor Xavier. It's a given. What the movies in both shots, both X-Men Last Stand and Dark Phoenix failed to do was have the buildup of the Phoenix saga where the Phoenix Force starts to be influenced and eventually corrupted by experiencing genuine human emotions, and not just the positive but also the negative. They completely missed the entire heart of what the Phoenix saga is about.
Yeah, they try to go on.
No, I've said my piece. Go ahead, Ace.
I was gonna say, I think I did not see the Dark Phoenix saga, but I think one issue is they're trying to, like I said, decompress a large story to fit into a typical 2-hour Hollywood movie format, and not all stories should be the same. Like earlier, we mentioned like how George Lucas drew upon Joseph Campbell's Here with a Thousand Faces, the monomyth, and that worked for just the original trilogy. Part of the reason the prequel trilogy was so different is because he wasn't following that same monomyth. He decided to like invert it a little bit so it was different, so that Anakin would yin where Luke would yang. And that's another thing Jim Shooter said in his panel. He said, don't blindly follow the Joseph Campbell hero monomyth, because that limits the type of storytelling. It's just one common type of story that is universal to various cultures around the world. Like, the hero's journey is not applicable to a fully formed Sherlock Holmes or other detective characters. That last part was a note I made.
Yeah,
and it's true. Like, I was saying, and that's true. Like, you couldn't do like the hero's journey to like James Bond.
No, because that character isn't a black or white hero or villain. He's somewhere in between. He's more of he operates in the gray zone of the character spectrum of the hero and the villain. Yes, he might be what we consider a protagonist, a hero, because he's working against people that are trying to do bad things, but he himself is also getting his hands just as dirty as the people that are trying to do the bad things. This is a man who kills, sometimes violently and brutally. But at the same time, he's killing for a good reason, not a selfish reason. He's not having to question the moral implications of his actions because he ultimately knows that the bullet he puts in another guy could save hundreds of millions, if not billions, of lives. Whereas with a character like, well, let's just use the example you gave, Luke Skywalker. This is a young man, not a kid, a young man who is living on the outskirts of this massive galaxy, and his world gets kind of gets turned upside down when he finds out, hey, your dad wasn't just a navigator on a spice freighter, he was a Jedi Knight, the same as I was. Of course, the I being Obi-Wan Kenobi. And the the hero's journey absolutely applies to Luke because he is the hero. He is the bright faced young adventurer that wants to go out into the world and to experience life, even though that life might be extremely harsh at some points. And he wants to try and do good in the world. He wants to make a change in the world. And he encounters other people that he himself has an influence on. And ultimately, yeah, he does do the right things. Granted, he does some wrong things. That's a given. Because while he is the hero, he is also imperfect.
Yeah.
He does screw up. He does get things wrong. He does get knocked down. He does get beaten. He does lose a hand. All those things. But that makes him relatable to the audience. James Bond is a different dynamic entirely. He is more of a archetype that we all wish we could kind of be. The guy that is the playboy that can get just about any woman that he wants, that has a license to kill, that goes globe-trotting all around the world to all sorts of exotic locations, and so on. So,
Yeah, and
Base.
like the Persians put, I would say James Bond is more of a power fantasy, and it's true. And there's nothing
yeah.
necessarily wrong with a power fantasy, and
Nope.
because that's one critique of James Bond that feminists have said that, oh, he's a male power fantasy. Yeah, there's nothing necessarily wrong with it. I mean, if a power fantasy can still have flaws and they can still get beaten up, because they're not perfect, you've still got to have balance in your storytelling. There's nothing wrong with like James Bond, an adult male power fantasy. Batman is a child wish fulfillment fantasy. There's nothing wrong with them. There's still good storytelling in there. It's just
exactly.
fun entertainment. You can have all sorts of other great things in there, but they're just meant to be fun entertainment.
Well, even the Persian brings up Conan the Barbarian. Absolutely. I mean, he is an adventurer in a period of time that is pretty much unknown or unexplored in the real world. I mean, he deals with sorcerers and sorceresses and monsters of all types and having adventures with bandits and magicians and all these other things.
Talk about Conan.
Oh yeah, Conan the Barbarian.
No, yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, Persian, like it is valid and interesting story structure, but some people have taken that valid description of story structure and they've treated it as criticism. So there's annoying people that will say, "Oh, it's just a male power fantasy," like the dismissive attitude is what I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing. There's the male power fantasy, but you can also say on the same token, there's the female power fantasy.
Yeah.
Because there's just as many female characters out there who women would look up to and say, hey, I'd like to be like her. And there's nothing wrong with that. No more than there is anything wrong with the men having their power fantasy.
Exactly.
I mean, for every Conan the Barbarian and every James Bond, let's see if I can think of one good one. I know there is some.
Oh yeah, Persian. Yeah.
Damn, this stinks.
Of course, it's equally valid. Take your time.
Well, I'm just trying to think of a good example of a female power fantasy.
Other than the girl boss. Like I think maybe the Disney princess archetype.
Yeah, that would be applicable. Okay, I'll give you one. Marion Ravenwood from Indiana Jones. She's just as much of a female power fantasy as Indiana Jones is.
Yeah.
She can handle herself. She's rough and tumble, but she's still feminine. And she's got a thank you, Persian. Murder She Wrote. Jessica Persian.
Yes.
That's a good one. And even one that I just brought up a little while ago, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh yeah.
So, but here's the thing: she also appeals to guys because she kicks butt. She's still feminine. She's still vulnerable, but she doesn't necessarily need the guy to save her. And I'll give you another one that's a little more current and everything. Although I'll say this, I love the character, I love the movies, but I can understand some people not feeling the same way. Katniss Everdeen from Hunger Games.
That's valid. From what I understand, I've not seen Hunger Games. It's just cultural osmosis. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And Persian brings up the bride from Kill Bill. Yep, absolutely.
Oh yeah, and relation to that, because it's kind of, it's a revenge power fantasy, but it's also based on her maternal instincts, because she's lost her daughter and wants avenge it. Yep, and he already got what I was going to get at. Like another similar one is Ripley from Aliens. The second one more so than the first one, because it's revealed Ripley was a mom, and while she's in cryostasis, her daughter died of old age, and then when she goes to find Newt from the Queen, it's her motherly instincts kicking back in.
Not to mention she has one of the greatest comebacks of all time. Get away from her, you bitch.
Yep, it's a great comeback and line. It's not even trying to be a zinger. It's organic.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, that's another good one. The Carrie.
Yeah. Getting even with your bullies. That's a great power fantasy for anyone who's like had a bully. It's also a cross audience appeal for men and women, or boys and girls, I should say, since it's school age and so forth. Because we've all been like picked on by someone at one point in time, and we've just kind of had a fantasy of what I'd like to do. I'd like to sock him across the eye, or like kick him in upside the head, or something like that,
or set him on fire.
Well, I'm trying to keep
with just the power of my mind.
I'm trying not to think like the Columbine kids.
No. I understand. Okay, set that one single individual or individuals on fire. With just the power of my mind.
Oh, now you're thinking that other Stephen King story.
Oh, Firestarter. Drew Barrymore.
That's right.
Honestly, I love that movie. I really do. They actually did a sequel to it.
Really?
Yeah. What was the girl's name? Charlie or Charlene or no, Charlie. She grows up, and Roddy McDowell's in it. No, not Roddy. Malcolm McDowell's in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of Ron McDowell. It was Malcolm McDowell was in it.
It's all good.
So,
yeah, and I just kind of want to finish these Jim Shooter points of storytelling. Like one thing I always keep in mind is like one principle is we as a Western culture, we think in terms of Western language. Like we have to think in terms of cause and effect. What is a story? A sentence is a complete thought. A story is a complete journey. Journeys aren't always a physical journey going from, like, say, California to Missouri. It means it could be a spiritual journey. And what causes the journey to start? Where does it go? How does it affect the character? You can add supporting casts and subplots, but try to have your conflicts be to resolve. They should be resolved.
Yeah.
And what else does he say? He says, contain the story to avoid bloating it with fluff. You follow a scene and ask what information, like, because this is something he said in the panel and on his website. If you're watching a movie you like a lot, like the example he used was Raiders of the Lost Ark. If you're watching a movie, watch it with the remote in hand and watch the whole scene and then pause it when the scene's over and ask yourself, what did I learn from this scene? Like, what did I learn about the character and like how does it advance the story? And you ask the information and so forth. Like for example, in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the audience doesn't know that Indiana Jones is a great ballroom dancer from any of the scenes or dialogue in the movie. And why is that? Because we don't need to know that since it isn't important to the plot.
Exactly.
That was something Shooter said himself. That was not an example I gave.
Oh no, yeah, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, or another example, like more in comic realm, like don't have a Spider-Man at the Daily Bugle and have him wonder at some point about Aunt May if she isn't relevant to that story in that issue. Like maybe she's like gone out of town with Anna Watson or something, or
Yeah.
maybe she's at the hospital and he's not worried about her. Maybe if he's the only reason she might pop into his head is because he's trying to sell some photos to Jonah, and he's like, finally I got some. It's not much, but it should be enough to cover Aunt May's medical bills for the time being, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I get you.
And well, I guess that's all the points I have. I just wanted to share there because a lot of it's kind of, what is the word, redundant. But I take a lot.
Yeah.
I was just taking as many notes at his panel as I could because I was like, I love hearing about storytelling and how the medium it works and how you can better yourself. Because I'm trying to write some fan fiction myself. My friend Revan X, he's actually working on a fan fiction right now for Star Wars set in the, I don't want to spoil his plot, but it's basically set during the Old Republic era. I won't say any more about it than that. And
nice.
I can't remember if I offered or he asked. I think I offered. I said, "Hey, dude, if you want someone like maybe help you if you need any help building characters or like contributing ideas," and he said, "Oh yeah, that'd be cool." So I contributed a couple ideas, like just like one minor thing. He's like, "Actually, that's good." He liked my idea, and I told him the idea I had for my fan fiction. I didn't know when it was taking place in the Star Wars universe. I just knew it was like sometime between Knights of the Old Republic and sometime in the Old Republic. So just the Old Republic era. And I realized, and he liked my idea. So I guess, well, maybe I can make it part of your story as well. I don't know. It's a subplot.
Yeah, that's the other thing, that kind of ties back in. And I don't know how long you want to go, but I'm probably have to bounce here soon.
No, I'm probably about to.
It's getting kind of late. It's getting late for me. It's 11 o'clock my time. But we as fans have taken our love of these IPs that we are fans of, and we've taken it one step further, where we're adding our own voice to these universes, whether it's Star Wars or Star Trek or Harry Potter or even Lord of the Rings or any IP really. And that is an expression of our fandom, of our passion. And oftentimes it can expand for the story itself can be exposed to a broader audience that just exists in the general audience's perception. And they'd be like, wow, this person loves this thing so much that they're willing to add their own perspective to it. I mean, let's be honest here. Since the creation of platforms like YouTube or whatever the case may be, you have seen a influx of varying from the budget and whatever the resources are for the fan film. You've seen some really quality fan films be put out there for the general public and for the fandom that they are attached to. And oftentimes the fan base will say, well, shoot, this is better than what this main studio is doing themselves. And it wasn't even done with a quarter of the resources that these major studios have.
And then there's edgelord nonsense like Bat in the Sun's Batman dying is easy. Snark, I know.
I didn't mind dying was easy. I thought it was okay.
They could have used anyone else other than Joker. It was just redundant.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I get that, and I understand. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, the story was solid. The acting I thought was good, and it had good tension, and the dialogue was on point. So those for me were the keys. If those three things line up, I'm generally going to be happy with a piece of fan fiction. And then there are times that you get. I can't really think of a bad fan fiction, to be honest with you, or a bad fan film, because I only usually watch good stuff.
Last Jedi.
That's not fan fiction. That's
Anything.
that's a narcissist wet dream.
So fan fiction.
No,
Oh, sorry, anti fan fiction.
no, a narcissist wet dream, because that's what Ryan Johnson is. He's a narcissist.
He's pretentious.
He's faux pretentious. He
Yeah.
wants to be pretentious, but he's not talented enough to be full on pretentious.
Good point.
He's not okay. I say this positively because I like this director's work, except for one film. He is not Stanley Kubrick. Kubrick was pretentious, but he was pretentious with a point.
Absolutely.
Because let's be honest here, Kubrick has a catalog of films, minus one, that I will always like, or I love, or enjoy. The only movie of his I do not like was the last film he did. That was Eyes Wide Shut. And I'm like, what the hell am I watching?
I can see that. I never saw it, but the premise itself, yeah, it sounded like it'd turn off a lot of people, or at least mainstream audiences.
Well, the upside was I didn't pay to see it, thankfully.
You snuck in.
No, I didn't sneak in. I was actually friends with a couple of managers for a local theater franchise in my hometown. And they're like, hey, we're going to go see Eyes Wide Shut. You want to come? I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? I like hanging around with y'all, and I like to talk about movies, and that's y'all's thing. And we all left, and we were all like, what the hell did we just watch? And now I feel just a touch guilty because it was Stanley Kubrick's last film, but at the same time, he has so many other good films that he did in his career. I'm like, you know what? I will give you a pass. One, because it was your last movie, and two, because you're dead. So I will give you a pass.
Supposedly, the Steven Spielberg's AI was actually going to be Kubrick's last movie. He was actually close to working on it, but he died before he could get on it.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that from a reviewer that you brought up a little while ago.
Nostalgia Critic.
Yeah. I still watch his stuff from time to time, but it's more his older stuff, anything from like the first 4 or 5 seasons of his series, of his channel.
Yeah, like if it was before his whole, like some of his videos were stuff that he's like genuinely interested in, like wasn't just necessarily bashing, but stuff he was interested in, then he could be interesting at the time. Like some of those editorials he did were actually pretty good, but basically everything after his whole To Boldly Flee, and then the whole what was that stupid show he tried doing, but it bombed.
Oh, I can't remember, but I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of it.
Like Splice Cut or something like that. But when he realized this sucks, it's not doing anywhere. I gotta go back to Nostalgia Critic, and he basically tried demo reel. He tried incorporating demo reel into Nostalgia Critic. Like basically, that's the cutoff point. Anything beforehand, hit or miss, depending on what it is and your emotional attachment to it. Persian says Spoonie rules. Yeah, and also I want to acknowledge his thing of Jonah effing Jameson. Can we acknowledge how amazing of a character he is? Well, yeah.
Yeah. And how much J.K. Simmons was born to play that character.
Yeah, even though Stan Lee says he based Jonah a lot off himself, and he just wishes he was able to play him if he had been so old at the time, which I get. I've taken back a lot of my negative attitude towards Stan Lee because I realized it was a joint effort between him and Jack Kirby, because reading through some of these like old Fantastic Four comics, like it doesn't just say written by Stan or drawn by Jack. It will say Stan and Jack, created by. So he was collaborative. I just think some of it could be.
Well, let's be honest here. He was a lot more collaborative than Bob King and Bill Finger were.
Well, yeah. If the sad
Granted,
part is, and
go ahead.
the sad part is Stan was apparently friends with Bob Kane. I don't know why. If I could, I wouldn't piss on Bob Kane's grave because
No, I'm
it'd be a
not. But
disservice to my piss.
well, here's the thing. I mean, yeah, or is Bill Finger's family finally getting um, financial compensation for his work and his contributions to the Batman character? Yes, he is, or yes, they are, I should say. Does it suck that it took this damn long? Yes, it does. And does it also suck that the first time his credit popped up on a movie related to the Batman was Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice? Yeah, but here's the thing: there have been other movies, particularly the Batman with Robert Pattinson, that absolutely kicked ass. That I'm glad Bill Finger is attached to his name. Yes, because
I'm just
that
glad
was
Bill's
a
getting credit.
huh?
I'm just glad Bill's getting credit.
Yeah, but the fact that he's getting credit on good quality films, not claptrap by Mr. Zack Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about a fan base that has completely gone off the damn rails.
Yeah, that's
That's
what I
a
was talking
fan
about
base.
earlier.
Yeah, I know. I was listening to you at the time when you were talking about that. And I was like, dang, yeah, I want to talk about that because here's the thing. Snyder's first 2 or 3 movies I really enjoyed. I liked the remake of Dawn of the Dead. I liked 300. I liked Watchmen. But the thing that turned me off and the reason why I've gotten rid of the majority of his movies out of my collection because of the fan base.
Reason I've never really gotten into him is because, well, he's full of crap. I mean, I saw Dawn of the Dead on TV once when I was like in middle school or something, like maybe high school. It didn't do much for me, and I had not seen the original at the time. I'm not even sure if I knew of the original.
I
And
have seen the original. The original
well,
is
I've
actually
seen
really
it
good.
since. I've seen it since what I'm saying at the time.
Yeah.
And when I first saw Watchmen, it was probably when I was fresh out of high school. I had no idea it was a comic at the time. So I watched the movie
Mhm.
and I didn't like it. Years later, I find out it was a comic, and I was like, "Really? That movie was based on a comic?" So I read the comic, think, this comic's actually not bad. Maybe I'll give that movie a second chance. And nope, that was a mistake.
Honestly, I've read the comic and I've obviously watched the movie. I have the director's cut. I like both. I say that honestly. I do. I like both.
I've seen the director's cut. I've not seen the extended whatever. I just think Zach misses the point, like where there's elements of like say satirizing or like showing how damaged the superheroes are, like as Alan Moore
It's a
portrayed them in the comic.
deconstruction.
Yeah,
Deconstruction is the proper term. It's a
yeah,
deconstruction of different
deconstruction.
superhero tropes.
I just hate it because it's a tired trope at this point. But like where Zach, I mean, where Alan is deconstructing the superhero mythos, Zach is like reveling in them. And even though the Watchmen are meant to be damaged figures, and Zach just said some stupid stuff about how like, oh, and Nolan's Batman, like, well, he's cool, but he's not dark. And like, if I was doing a bad movie, he could get raped in prison. I think, what? Why would you want that? And obviously the whole Batman no killing rule, like one recent interview, he acknowledged, of course, Batman in the canon doesn't kill. His fanboys have been in such denial about it. He finally says that they're still going to be defending his bullcrap because he's just like his whole reasoning for Batman killing is like, what world do you live in? I live in reality, but Batman is a fictional character. You keep talking about trying to make him realistic. He's a guy that dresses up as a bat and fights criminals, and some of them are guys in walking refrigerator units, muck monsters, and men that look like alligators. Where's the realism part?
Although I will say Mr. Freeze is one of my favorite Batman villains, but that's not because Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's because of Michael Anserna and the version that we got
BTAS,
from
Batman
the
animated series.
yep, the Batman animated series.
Yeah, and
Ever since
Persian.
then,
Go ahead.
no, I was just the only thing I was going to say is I know everybody has their favorite rogues villain from Batman's Rogues Gallery, and I have mine too. But Mr. Freeze, is he a bad guy? No. Is he? Does he do bad things for what he feels is the right reason, or what people might conceive as the right reason? Yes.
Persian
He
gay.
doesn't do things. He doesn't do things necessarily because he's evil. He's doing things. The things he does is so that he can fund his research, so that he can revive and cure his wife.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that is as reasonable a rationale for a Batman villain as there is.
I concur. I mean, if I were to cast a actor today to play Mr. Freeze, I think of Mr. Freeze kind of like Dr. Frankenstein. He's not a bad guy doing evil things for the sake of it. He's a guy that's motivated to do something that he thinks is good and he just can't see the negative ramifications, or if he can, he's like, but it's for the good, like Dr. Frankenstein, that he doesn't realize that he's
Mhm.
creating a monster and he
Yep.
has to deal with that. So I think, like, well, who is a great like actor to kind of portrayed that? And I think Peter Cushing from the Hammer Frankenstein films in the 70s. And I think,
Yeah.
but like, who kind of gives off that same vibe? Like, guy that isn't necessarily evil, but he knows he's doing bad things, but kind of sees it for a good cause. And I thought, like Magneto, then I realized Michael Fassbender, and he kind of reminds me of Peter Cushing. Like, he'd be a great Mr. Freeze, I think.
I agree. I actually did a video on the character's history a few years ago, and I proposed a few actors I thought would make a good on-screen freeze. One was Mads Mikkelsen or Liam
Hmm.
Neeson, even though he's already done a turn as a Batman villain, that of course being Ra's al Ghul. Michael Fassbender's not a bad idea either. I'd even be okay if they flip the script with Freeze. I know it may sound a bit trite considering what goes on in film nowadays, but I wouldn't be opposed to a female a Mrs. Freeze, and to have it be her trying to save her husband.
Well,
And there you open up the door for a lot of other different casting opportunities because there's a few actresses I think would make a good female Mrs. Freeze.
I think I recall someone in a YouTube video, they were talking about Mr. Freeze comics. There was I think in the 2000s, there was a storyline where Nora Freeze actually becomes a villainess for a while, and Mister
Mm-hmm.
Freeze is kind of upset about it. And he wants to stop her, or they become cohorts in crime. So it'd be
Mm-hmm.
interesting for something kind of along those lines. I don't know, like maybe Mister Freeze saves Nora, but now that he's in trouble, now she's kind of doing the villain things to save him. Kind of
Yeah.
kind of like he did for her, kind of, but that would involve her being a scientist in the same capacity as him,
Yeah.
and or unless she's doing crime so that to fund his research so he can cure himself.
That's not a bad idea either. I'd
And
be okay. I would be okay with that.
yeah, I mean, it would just go to show it's a two-way love. It's not just his obsession. It's she loves him as well, and she's
Yeah.
kind of like even driven to the point of crime, kind of like how he was. So she's not
Yeah.
malicious. She's just doing bad things for a good reason.
Yeah.
And that way it kind of furthers her beyond just being, a frozen damsel in a manner of speaking. Like, it actually
Yeah.
progresses their character relationship, and she gets cured.
Well, the one thing that there was one good, I enjoyed the Batman Beyond series because
Oh yeah.
it was a good continuation. But there's one episode that deals with Freeze. Everything is in the far distant future. He has essentially his body has deteriorated to the point where it's just his head, and they do an experiment to see if they can transfer his conscience into another body, and it succeeds. And he goes. They bury the head, and he goes to the grave. And this guy shows up. It's a member of a family that he harmed in his past as Mr. Freeze. And he has a change of heart. Or anything. Well, obviously he has had a change of heart, and he's like, I've wronged a lot of people. So he's like, I have all this wealth amassed and everything from a blind trust. So I'm gonna use these funds to try and make right on all the people I harmed in my past. There's an interesting side plot because the industrialist that's kind of the main villain in the show does this experiment to see if he can cure himself of his own condition that he has.
Powers, I believe.
And huh?
Powers. I can't remember
Yeah,
his first name.
yeah, I can't either, but yeah, I know who
want-
you're talking
I
about.
want to say Max. I could be wrong.
I don't think it was Max. I don't believe so. But yeah, Powers and everything, that does sound right. But unfortunately, what happens to Freeze is his condition is almost genetic at this point. Yeah, the character's villain name is Blight.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you're talking about Persian. His character's name is Blight, but I can't remember the name of his proper name. But Freeze's condition is genetic at this point, and he starts to revert back to being only able to survive in a sub-zero environment. He has a suit on hand and everything that's more advanced, and the freeze rays are actually built into the suit. It's in both hands, and Terry's trying to save him and everything. And Freeze is like, "You're the only person who actually still cares if I live," because he's like, "At this point, I don't." And the building ends up collapsing in on Freeze, and it does kill him.
I remember that episode on when it was on TV.
Yeah, I do too. So,
Yeah.
but
And
no, don't go ahead. Go ahead, Ace.
no, it was a fan casting thing. But finish what you were going to say.
Oh, I was done. So go ahead.
I was going to say, and another actor that I could have seen playing a Batman villain character, even though he's no longer with us, I figure he would have been perfect in terms of stature and tone of voice. And also, he's always, in his entire career, he's played aspects of the character. He's and this is someone who could play Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul, depending on which movie or show. I mean, this guy's played the warrior. He's played an assassin, a mystic, an immortal, and that actor is Christopher Lee.
Oh yeah,
he would have been a perfect Ra's al Ghul. I mean, can you imagine him saying to someone like Christian Bale something like, "I followed you here, detective from Asia," or so on, something like that? I can't do a Christopher Lee impression.
Very few people can, except for Christopher Lee.
Yeah, and he's also a royal descended from Charlemagne, so he's got royal blood in him. He's got that sort of aristocratic WW2 spy as well. Not many people know he was a Nazi killer.
And he also produced or helped produce a heavy metal album.
Oh yeah,
he did everything you could possibly do in this world. That man did, and he was also an actor.
Mm-hmm.
So,
either cousins with Tolkien or Ian Fleming, or was friends with something like that.
And he was cousins to Ian Fleming. He was friends. I wouldn't say friends. I would say more associate of Tolkien's.
That's right.
So, but all this being said, and then some, a very productive conversation, a good conversation that I felt that I'm glad I got to be a part of. So, Ace, thank you.
Yep, thank you for joining me. I couldn't have made it last this long coherently. I would have freaked out and quit like after like an hour. So thank you for accepting my invitation, and thank you for those who've watched to the end and have stuck with this video the longest. Sorry that we went on so long if you got bored, but we were just having a good time. Time just passed like it was nothing for us.
A conversation is always good if you do not realize the time that has passed during it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right. And for everyone that commented, thank you for joining. Sorry if I didn't get to read all your comments, but hopefully next time I'll get to read more.
amen.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you
Yeah.
next time.
Peace out.
Peace.